Julio Borges. Julio came to Washington maybe a year ago. He and his colleagues also presented their book on democratic backsliding and the issues we have been witnesses in the region. And we kind of got to talk about what's going on in Latin America and what's going on in the rest of the world. And we wanted to start putting together a fora where we discuss these issues with the Latin American focus. And hopefully this will be a place where at least once a year, people from the region meet to take the temperature on how democratic backsliding is progressing, how societies are responding to this process, and what can we do to mobilize those sectors of society that really think that strengthening democratic institutions in Latin America, it's important for the future of our societies. So with that, we started thinking, and we thought that the first step was to create this conference on the state of democracy in the Americas. And finally, we put the program together between the Georgetown Americas Institute and Red Forma from Venezuela, and with Julio and Juan Miguel Mateus, we have been working for the last 3 months to finish this. So let me first, thanks all the participants for agreeing to be speakers and participants in our panels. Thank Red Forma and the Georgetown American Institute to making this happen logistically. And let me just give, not being a political scientist, not being an expert on this topic, just introducing the subject with just some numbers. I'm taking the Economist Intelligence Unit Democracy Index as an example, but any index of democracy that you look around will tell you the same thing. Around the world, we've seen a significant decline in the state of democracy in the world. Okay, that's okay. Okay, perfect. When you look at, this has happened in the developed world. When you look at the developing world, the same thing is going on. And around the developing world, I think the decline in the state of democracy in Latin America has been worrisome, even in a world in which this phenomenon is happening all around us. I think we've seen the power grab against the independence or the separation of powers, significant attacks on the free press, huge interventions by Kate on telling me, no, that's okay.
It's not showing up correctly on the
Zoom.
Zoom,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
that's fine. Okay.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay, don't worry.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Should I start the video or not? No?
No.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so
Okay.
that's okay. Okay. So as I say, significant pressures on the separation of powers, significant attacks on the free press, questioning of the validity of election results, and a strong concern about civil liberties in many societies in Latin America. Okay, good. I mean, obviously, since the peak of the transition to democracies in some Latin American societies, when military dictatorships gave way to electoral processes in many of the Southern Cone countries, since that peak in the support for democracy, we are witnessing the lowest levels of support for democracy in the region. If you look at these democracy indices, I mean, obviously Chile, Costa Rica, and Uruguay always stand out with some changes in the level of democracies, but with some well-established democratic institutions that have weathered well this polarization that we have seen in some of these societies. However, there's a very large group of countries in Latin America in which the level of democracy is concerning, and we have seen significant declines in the state of democracy. Obviously, when you look at Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, and Haiti, we are witnessing levels of repression, authoritarianism, etc., that it's extremely concerning. And then when we look at some other countries in the last 6 years, we have witnessed an important decline in the level of our institutions, in the quality of our institutions, and an important onslaught from the executive to these institutions. I mean, obviously that has been the case. Here we're seeing the change in that index from 2018 to 2023. For example, you look at the case of Bolivia, you look at the case of El Salvador, you look at the case of Haiti, you look at the case of Mexico, Nicaragua, Peru. So the topic of this conference, I think, could it be more timely with what we're seeing in Venezuela for the last decade, but obviously with the results of the last elections and the conflict that it's ensuing. This week, I mean, the vote in the Mexican Senate on the judicial reform, and obviously the many other countries in which this process is taking place. So with that, let me just, again, thanks all of the participants. Each of them will be introduced before we start each of the sessions, and welcome you all to what I think is going to be an extremely important conference today. So now Denise will introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Kate. Welcome, everyone. My name is Denise Yanovich, and I'm the Managing Director of the Georgetown Americas Institute, with Alejandro, the director, and Kate, our program associate. Thank you, Kate, for everything you've done for this conference. Briefly, the Institute started 2.5 years ago, and I'm not going to tell you a lot about the Institute. Just check our website, sign up to our newsletter. In a broad sense, we're here to elevate the presence of Latin America at Georgetown in many different areas, and elevate Georgetown in Latin America, its presence in the continent. So that's our vision, and under that umbrella, we have many, many activities. We do events at least once a week, so please come and check us out. We always have interesting topics and panelists, as the conference today attests. So it is my great pleasure to introduce Lara Brown. She's a political scientist and author of Amateur Hour, Presidential Character and the Question of Leadership, and Joking for the American Presidency, The Political Opportunism of Aspirants. The first one published in 2020, the second one in 2010. Dr. Brown has also authored several book chapters in scholarly volumes, such as The Presidency and the Political System, and Hatred of American Presidents, Personal Attacks on the White House from Washington to Trump. She has published articles in peer-reviewed journals such as Congress and the Presidency, Presidential Studies Quarterly, and American Politics Research. Dr. Brown is a frequent presence in the media, appearing on dozens of television and radio programs and serving as an expert on national elections and candidate strategies, political scandals, and presidential leadership for scores of print publications. She served as a professor and director of the Graduate School of Political Management just down the street at the Georgetown Washington University, and was an assistant professor in the Department of Political Science at Villanova University. She was also a political appointee in President Clinton's administration at the U.S. Department of Education. She was born and raised in California, so you're far away from home. And she earned her BA, MA, and PhD in political science from the UCLA, and an MA in American politics and public policy from the University of Arizona. Her doctoral dissertation centered on the electoral fortunes of congressional incumbents tarnished by political scandals, a very timely subject, but today she won't be speaking to us about that, but about the general state of American democracy here and how that is reflected in the rest of the world. So welcome, Dr. Brown. Thank you.
Well, so let me just say thank you. It is really, truly a delight to be here today. I will say for anyone who doesn't know me, as a Californian, as someone who lived in Arizona, to me, the Americas are sort of near and dear to my heart. I think of the United States as one of the countries in the Americas, not the predominant country, as so many Americans do. So I'm just delighted to be here and have a chance to speak with you. So let me just say that I'm actually going to take a step back and not do sort of the typical pundit thing and talk to you about our presidential election that is upcoming and happening in less than 60 days. What I really wanted to talk about is the culture that supports democracy or supports democratic backsliding. Because I would make the argument, and I think it's important to realize, that culture precedes politics. What we sort of elevate, the values that we believe, the way we tend to think of kind of a good person or what character is all about actually really matters in terms of how we decide to do our politics. We are right now here in the United States facing the question of whether or not the sitting vice president and former prosecutor, another Californians, but also the daughter of an immigrant, will be actually made president of the United States, or whether we will choose an aspirational authoritarian former president and convicted felon. I do think that that's a pretty stark difference in terms of the choice. It is something other American political scientists have said and categorized as being existential. And I think that that's right, but I will also say this. The United States has faced other existential elections. You know, Abraham Lincoln did not put off the election in 1864 during the midst of the Civil War. He chose to actually hold the election. Now, granted, Southern states didn't have electoral votes, so he was much more favored to win than one might imagine, but it still speaks to this idea that losing the democracy is worse than even perhaps losing the Union. And I think that that is really something quite telling. It's also true that, you know, when you go back in United States history, if you study the 1780s, there was absolutely no certainty that America's founders were going to find their way out of the Articles of Confederation and into a constitution that would have any meaning or would last as long as it has. So I will tell you, as despondent as I am also, I would say, ever optimistic. And getting back to kind of what I did want to talk about today is a little bit about how this time does feel a bit different. And I think actually what's different is our culture. So what I mean by that is not just social media or the fact that we can kind of communicate more rapidly, you know, across vast distances than ever before in history. I really believe that what is different is actually democracy succeeded. Okay. That's hard to say then when you look at backsliding. Let me tell you why. We're only backsliding because we actually have more pluralism, representation, and freedom, individual freedom, as well as global prosperity than has ever occurred in the history of humanity. Okay, so take in for a moment what that means. This is really quite extraordinary. And yet, what we also have is a sort of continued conversational, almost chaos that has resulted from so much pluralism and so many people having the ability to speak their mind, do what they want, and pursue their individual ambitions. It is not the case that culturally, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, that people thought that their own narcissism was the most important thing. That is a new belief. And it's only new in the sense that I call it narcissism and not self-interest, because a couple hundred years ago, when most people were pursuing their self-interest, they were pursuing their survival. We are not now in a place where we are actually, most people, pursuing their survival. As I said, we have more prosperity than we've ever had. We have more opportunities than we have ever had. And with that has come something of a problem. Democracy, in order for a really flourishing pluralistic system to exist, requires a certain amount of mutual toleration or mutual respect. We have to respect people we disagree with. We have to understand that opposing views are legitimate, and we have to understand that my view may not always prevail. That's actually part of what it means to live in a democracy. You don't get to win all the time. All you get is the right to advocate. And I think that this is where we also have this problem of what I would think and call and describe as being moral restraint. We've really taught people that the way to win is to maximally use every advantage you might have, right? To gain more followers on Instagram or TikTok, to pursue whatever wealth you can, cheating, tricking other people, all of that is purportedly just kind of a way to, get ahead in this rigged system. Now, this is a problem because, again, in earlier times, if you've read Aristotle, you know how much the pressure was on ideas of moderation. Moderation. The way to be a good person was to be moderate, that moderation and goodness, fortune followed goodness and moderation. These are not sort of culturally elevated values at the moment. What do I mean by this? Well, I'm going to just hopefully play an advertisement that's just about a minute and a half. And then I'm going to just give you a sense of what that means.
Am I a bad person? Tell me, am I? I'm single-minded. I'm deceptive. I'm obsessive. I'm selfish. Does that make me a bad person? Am I a bad person? Am I? I have no empathy. I don't respect you. I'm never satisfied. I have an obsession with power. I'm irrational. I have zero remorse. I have no sense of compassion. I'm delusional. I'm maniacal. You think I'm a bad person? Tell me. Am I think I'm better than everyone else. I want to take what's yours and never give it back. What's mine is mine, and what's yours is mine. Am I a bad person? Tell me. Am I? Does that make me a bad person? Tell me. Does it?
That right? In the Olympics. I cannot think of a more anti-Olympics message than that ad. Why do we have the Olympics? We have the Olympics to bring people together from all countries around the world to celebrate peaceful competition, recurring competition, and the sort of joy of sport. What sport is and what sportsmanship is supposed to be about is fundamentally about playing by a set of rules. And in fact, if you look at the definition of sportsmanship, one of the definitions is that you behave and agree to play the game in such a way so that you enhance not only your own enjoyment of the sport, but your opponent's enjoyment of the sport. I happen to believe that sportsmanship is the model by which we should be teaching each other democracy, because the rules of sportsmanship, the rules of sport, are about people existing within boundaries, understanding that your opponents have legitimate right to compete, understanding that when the game ends, your job is not to kill your opponent. Your job is to shake hands. Why? So that you can come back and play another day. And that's where sport is different than war. So I will tell you that I think that Nike ad, I am hopeful, frankly, that it fails. That it fails to convince people that they need to purchase more Nike gear. Because the truth is, they were much more on the right track when their tagline was, just do it. That's what it's about. Just do it. Get in the game. Play. Compete. Advocate in a democratic sense. Push your point. It's okay to lay it all on the field. But know that when the game is over, there are winners and there are losers, and an acceptance of those rules and boundaries is exactly what it means to participate in a democracy. That we have a sense of mutual respect and moral restraint, right? That our job's not to run up the score or showboat. So I will tell you, I saw this, and as you can see, it created quite a reaction in me. And it created a reaction in me because what it's doing is elevating these values of kind of narcissism, that my view, my way, my needs are the only thing that matter. It is also, if you look across all of our culture, all of our movies, all of our television shows, we tend to highlight the vigilante and the sort of rebellious person, right? The person who's upsetting systems because they supposedly have a self-righteous cause. Well, you know what? No, a self-righteous cause inside a democratic system means you follow the rules and you engage in the process of politics. You do not try to overthrow politics. Because politics, by definition, is actually the process by which we resolve our conflicts non-violently. When politics fail, war ensues. It is absolutely a disaster from my perspective that we have decided to try to make politics war. Wars exist across systems of government. Politics exists within a system of government. Not all politics are democratic, but I do think we should attempt to emulate and elevate the values that support democratic politics. So I'm just going to say that, why do I think we are where we are? Well, because a lot of aspirational authoritarians have decided to tell the public on a daily basis that they're living in a world of scarcity. They've told them that all systems are rigged. They've told them that essentially it is a Hobbesian war of all against all, that you are living in a world that is solitary, nasty, brutish, and short, that you are likely to be poor unless you basically despise your fellow man, approach every interaction as though it is war, and support a strong man to press your cause because only you are righteous to do it. So I would argue that one of the reasons why here in the United States, Vice President Harris actually had such sort of an immediate reaction was because she did what authoritarians won't do. She attempted to remind people of joy, of the positive, of life-giving and engaging, the community empathy that actually is necessary to create a more flourishing freedom. Now, whether or not she is able to prevail, I do not know. But I do think that it was absolutely critical that what she did was expose the falsehood and the false reality of our sort of scarcity, deprivation, and everything being rigged. Because the more you tell people things are rigged, the more they will believe things are rigged. And I think one of the things, you know, where Democrats have failed at this is Democrats too have spent 50 years in the United States talking about how every system sort of is not fair, right? So from the time of Watergate forward, we have heard about how all these electoral reforms are not fair. Everything from the filibuster to the Electoral College, everything is not fair. And it's not fair because purportedly it's not majoritarian. Well, majoritarian isn't the only form of democracy. And so this is where I would put the blame on both sides for spending too much time focused in trying to create mobocracy, right? We are focused back in the world of what the framers thought of as being the problems of democracy. Now, I don't want to go on too long because I do want to leave a moment or two for questions if there is one. But let me just say, I do believe that through sports and through sportsmanship, we can communicate with people about why there are rules, about why competition should be recurring, not sort of season ending, right? Because, I mean, my gosh, essentially at the end of the day, you know, if your opponent is no longer able to get back up on the field, you have no more chance to ever have a trophy. So it's important to understand how that can work. I will just also say that because we're at Georgetown, because I served at Villanova, I'm going to also mention something that was said in a Catholic sermon that I sat in that I thought was really wonderful and really instructive in terms of analyzing the rhetoric that harms our societies. And it was this. It was a homily about the fishes and loaves parable, right? The fact that there were always more and more fishes and loaves for those who needed them. And the priest said this: you always know that you're in the presence of God when there's addition and multiplication. And you always know that you're in the presence of evil when there is division and subtraction. And so I would just argue that as much as campaigns are about creating divisions, they need to be also seen as creating additions. You are building a coalition, not dividing a society. So with that, I'm going to just leave it there. And I know we have 10 minutes if anyone wants to throw out a question, but I hope that I've at least kind of sparked everyone's thinking about what our culture says to us about who we should be and what kinds of character we need to elevate and think about how we should behave. So, anyone? I think there's a.
Hi, I'm Yolanda, and I would like to point out that in my perspective, I'm an educator, that we are talking about the ethical dimension and society, but in addition to the ethical dimension, there are structural causes, and those are not that easy to change as willing to move the people to another pattern of behavior. And those are for these groups that you were mentioning that want to approve cheating, etc. There is the idea of preserving patriarchalism and white supremacy. And I didn't hear that being mentioned. And also the uniqueness of, you mentioned that, of this society that is reproduced in the school system, in the media, having the hidden curriculum, the preferred identities, and these students trained from the early years in which they have the preferred identities, have the voice, the incentives, and the right to be represented in the media are, I say, inherent causes that are, I say, pushing our society to this path. And so I'd like to finally, the media, you mentioned something about the media, but the underlying system of the media currently is that all the problems are solved by fighting. So how are we not fighting if we are taught since our childhoods that fighting is the way to solve a problem?
Sorry to interrupt you. I want to give an opportunity to other people to ask questions. So if you could ask your question. Thank you.
Sure. So let me just say, and let me be clear on this. I agree with you that all of this turn toward identity came because the ideals of democracy were not equally applied. So this idea that every man, right, was equal, it was, and truly every man and every white man male property owner, and the like. It took claims, personal claims, individual claims from women and people of color, from, immigrants in the society, from all those who had been marginalized or cast aside to, in fact, get to a place where they could be heard. But now I do believe we have to recognize that there is more to all of us than our identity. There is our humanity. And so we have to, at some place, I am a white woman. I can tell you I've had many, many sexist and gendered challenges over the course of my life. But I'm also white. I also grew up in a middle class, upper middle class neighborhood. I had privileges others did not. I believed my entire life that if you wanted to be a leader, you had to internalize that no statistic would apply to you, because leaders are only like 1% of the population anyway. So you just can't sort of focus on sort of what you don't have. But I also believe that this reality has now turned into so much about the identity that we have lost our ability to communicate across these identities. We've lost our ability to see our humanity. And our humanity is what's inside. It is the character, it is the compassion, the courage, the humility, the graciousness, the respect. It is the values that you hold yourself to, apart from how others treat you. And this is where I think we are in this place where we have to do more to actually elevate really positive values if we are going to have a successful society. Because otherwise, I think what we're going to have is the backlash to identity, which is evident and everywhere, and this backsliding into authoritarianism, which allows a reemergence of precisely this, dominant authoritarian patriarchy, which has actually harmed many, many millions of people. So I would just say that, yes, and there's more. Oh,
It's okay.
yep. Do we have to wrap?
Yeah.
Okay. No problem. So thank you all.
He's in a waiting room, so I need to let him in.
Well, you can make the question later, I think. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Alejandro, Denise, Katie, and Juan Miguel and Paola for doing this effort. Hello, President. How are you? Can you hear me? You have to open your microphone.
Right. I can hear you very well now. Thank you.
¿Es un problema de él o qué?
No.
President, I
Can
can
you hear me?
hear you. So I think you have to open your microphone.
It's opened.
Mine?
Can you hear me? I am opened. Can you hear me?
Okay.
I can
Oh,
hear
we can
you.
wait. Well, thank you for being here. I'm very excited to be here in this seminar that we prepare for Georgetown's American Institute. Well, many years ago, I finished my law school in Venezuela, and I was thrilled because finally I was a lawyer. And 2 weeks later, I came here to Georgetown to start learning English at that time. So after being lawyer 2 weeks after that, I was learning Lara Brown, house, window, and I hope I can learn something and be able to communicate with you today. So we have President Santos. I don't know, President, if you can hear me right now again.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect, President. Thank you. Well, President Juan Manuel Santos, he needs no presentation. You know very well. One moment, President. We are fixing a technical issue here.
Sorry, I don't know why this is happening.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you can keep going. He can hear you.
Yeah?
Yeah, we'll fix it.
Yeah, it's a problem with the screen, Mr. President. But, well, the idea, President Santos, thank you again for being with us. We are trying to have a conversation and a seminar about the shape of democracy worldwide. And I'm bringing 4 points that we would like to know your opinion. You have been president of Colombia twice. You have been awarded with the Nobel Prize for Peace. And also you belong to the elders group, which is a very important group that depends to United Nations, people and leaders from different parts of the world that are involved in different conflicts in different areas in the world. So I think that you are quite accurate for having this conversation with us today. Your experience, your political experience, your academic experience, your international experience makes you able to share with us a very important conversation about democracy. So the first of the 4 points that I would like to touch with you, President, has to do with the current crisis of democracy. People all over the world and public opinion all over the world talks about the crisis of democracy. And everybody talks about the problem of polarization, the problem of personalism, the problem of fake news, populism, and many different topics. But even though we have a very clear diagnosis about the illness, it's not quite clear what is the genesis or the origin of this democratic crisis that we currently live worldwide. So, Mr. President, we would like to know, first of all, in your opinion, which are the cause of this democratic crisis that we are facing right now, not only in the Americas, but worldwide. And thank you very much again for being with us.
Well, first of all, thank you, Julio, for inviting me, and thank you for the Georgetown Americans Institute. It's always a great pleasure and a great honor to be in this great university. And the topic that you mentioned is something that everybody's talking about. And I like to mention an anecdote, a story that I think helps us understand what is happening and why democracies are becoming weaker and less effective. And we go back to the first president of the first democracy, George Washington, in his farewell speech. It's a marvelous speech when he declined to be elected for the third time. And he declined, among other things, because he knew then, and he believed that democracies depended more on institutions than on persons. This has been one of the problems with the Latin American democracies. The so-called caudillismo has given us many problems. So institutions are very important. But in that farewell speech, George Washington warned Democrats, not the Democrats that belong to the Democratic Party, but Democrats, the people who believe in democracies. He said, please never forget one very crucial word: moderation. If you lose moderation in the art of governing and in the art of building democracies, because it's an ongoing process, it is, like Abraham Lincoln said, it is an experiment that we have to strengthen and feed every day. If you lose moderation, then you lose the ability to make transactions among different people with different interests. Democracy depends on the ability to make transactions. When in a country, people that believe one thing and people that believe another, but they have to live under the same umbrella, they have to make transactions among themselves in order to be able to live peacefully in their own country. And that's what we have lost in the world and in democracies, moderation. And that has generated more polarization. And you mentioned there are many words that has been used, the way that the politics are being administered today by promoting hate, by promoting the lack of dialogue, and that is, in my view, one of the main reasons. When you lose moderation, dialogue becomes more difficult. And I remember a phrase that Nelson Mandela used very often. The most powerful weapon in the world is to sit down and talk. Sit down and talk, but not simply talking, but talking and listening. A constructive dialogue, we used to say, is the one when you sit down and you try to understand why other people think in a different way and learn from them. And that is what allows a society, or even right now the world, to be able to make transactions and to agree on common issues, on a common vision. So I would point out the lack of moderation as one of the main reasons of why democracies are becoming less effective. And why are they becoming less effective? You're seeing this in the United States and throughout the whole world. When the political parties don't sit down to make transactions, but to simply stop the other from doing whatever they should do for the benefit of all, then the people start seeing that democracies are not working very well. And so they generate this apprehensions towards democracies. And that is what we're seeing in many, many places. And of course, authoritarian governments and the authoritarian mentalities take advantage of this and say, listen, I can fix this by doing this and that, which most of the times are not very democratic. So I would start with that sort of analysis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to continue this, but making a kind of expansion to Latin America. For example, what do you think is the affection? What would be the consequence to the traditional Western democracy when we see, especially in the case of Latin America, new actors from non-democratic countries, for example, Russia, Iran, even China, that they are now real players, especially in Latin America. How do you think it could affect the quality of democracy in the Americas as well, from Canada to Argentina? Thank you.
Well, it affects democracies all around the world because authoritarian regimes, what they want to do is to make their procedures more popular. So they go and defend other authoritarian regimes in order to avoid the checks and balances that a democracy should have. And in the case of Latin America, well, of course, this has a very bad effect. You're seeing it in your country. And things would be very different right now in Venezuela if they did not have the support of Russia, of China, of Iran, right now Turkey. That makes the regime, Maduro, feel that he has some kind of international support, and he says it almost every day. Why do they say that the world is condemning me if I have these countries that are supporting me? So it is very clear that authoritarian regimes outside of Latin America that support authoritarian regimes within Latin America will have a very bad effect on the democratic process in the region.
Yes, and there is also an additional element, Mr. President, I would like to ask you, which is the presence, especially in Latin America, and you have to face this in Colombia, and Mexico is a very clear case, which is the presence of organized crimes, plus migration, plus human rights. Is it possible that democracy could face and overcome these difficult and structural problems? How can we strengthen democracy in order to win the battle against organized crime, human rights, and migration that we are facing right now?
Well, I have been saying for the last couple of years, and now more than ever, that the number one problem that Latin America has is precisely what you mentioned, organized crime. The expansion of organized crime, the control of territory in many countries that organized crime has been able to acquire, and it's something that is expanding from Mexico to Argentina. Every single country has an increasing problem with organized crime. And it's not the ordinary organized crime of before. Now it's much more sophisticated. They have learned what the control of the territory is and how to maintain it. And there was a report, for example, of the International Crisis Group of how organized crime in Mexico used social media to expand their power and expand their businesses, because it's not only drug trafficking, it's many businesses, human trafficking, illegal mining, extortion, and bribing the local powers in order to control. Even you've seen an increase in sexual violence, because that's an atrocious way, but it's an effective way from their point of view to exercise control of the territory. So this is the number one problem. How do you cope with that? First of all, you need a lot of cooperation among countries because it's a multinational organized crime, and they are very good at exporting their procedures and making alliances with other organized crime groups in other countries. You see it everywhere. You see the Mexican cartels now present very much in Colombia, but also in Chile, but also in Argentina. And that's why, in order to counteract that, you need cooperation among the governments that want to control organized crime. But unfortunately, in our region, and you know it, Julio, better than anybody, right now, we are probably the most disintegrated region in the world, where at least I've never seen Latin America so disintegrated. Every government fighting with other governments, and that in a way weakens the possibility of counteracting the power of organized crime. I remember that with Chile, we started something called Ameripol in order precisely to promote that the police around the region would cooperate more effectively to counteract drug trafficking and organized crime. But since governments don't speak to each other, right now they're fighting among each other, that cooperation has been tremendously weakened. And that is giving organized crime a tremendous opportunity. So a necessary condition to counteract that is cooperation. Now, democracies can be effective in fighting organized crime. Colombia is a good example. Remember when we had these drug cartels in the cover of Time magazine and in every media said these cartels are invincible. Well, they were not invincible. We were able to counteract their power. We were able to dismantle them. And we were able to also dismantle, and it's different from organized crime, but it's a way that democracies can work. We also were able to disarm many of the organized groups that were in arms against the state. So it is possible by a combination of cooperation, effective policies, leadership. You need a lot of leadership in order to make the different security forces of a country or a region to be more effective. And again, Colombia is a good example. We did it, and I think it is possible, but it needs leadership, determination, and cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just as a final topic, as a final question, I would like a consideration, a reflection from you regarding, you underlined in your first answer the issue of institutions in democracy, the importance of institutions in democracy. I would like your reflection about international institutions, like, for example, the Organization of American States or the United Nations. You are a member of the elders of the United Nations. It seems that these international institutions are not prepared for this time. They lack the institutional tools in order to help issues like human rights or democratic problems. For example, in the case of the Organization of American States, you have the Inter-American Chart, which is very basic. And sometimes the solution that this institution proposes is to expel the country. And sometimes the country is really wanting to be expelled from the system. So what do you think can be done in order to prepare or to change the institutions, for example, even the General Council of the United Nations that have to face the veto, for example, for non-democratic countries like Russia and China? What is your reflection about how to strengthen these multilateral and international institutions?
Well, remember the first Secretary General of the OAS. He was a Colombian former president, Alberto Lleras. And he had a marvelous phrase. Institutions like the OAS or the United Nations or other international institutions are what their members want it to be. The United Nations was created to maintain peace, to promote peace, to try to stop conflicts. But the world has changed, and the geopolitics today is very different from the geopolitics that was present when the United Nations or the OAS were created. And so you see member countries trying to change the reasons or change the charters by which these organizations were created. I will give you an example that I experienced. What is one of the existential threats that the world has right now? Climate change. And the COP, the chair of the COP 28, which was held in the Emirates, called me and said, listen, we are going to chair a meeting, we're going to preside a meeting of the Security Council of the United Nations. And I know that you have been promoting for the Security Council to get involved with climate change. Can you go and talk to them to see if in the meeting in COP 28, that decision could be taken? And I said, yes, of course, I can go. And I went. And they organized a ministerial meeting of the Security Council. I remember that there were ministers from all the members of the Security Council. John Kerry was representing the United States. And I made my speech with a very simple argument. The Security Council was created to try to stop conflicts, to promote peace. And climate change, the effects of climate change are precisely the contrary to that. Climate change is promoting conflicts. All the displaced people by climate change are generating conflicts around the world. Therefore, the Security Council should get involved in trying to fight climate change. That was a very simple logic that I expressed to the Security Council. But China, and especially Russia, objected, said no. Why? Because of geopolitical reasons. Right now, the dialogue between the great powers is almost non-existent in order to try to solve the existential problems that the world faces. I will give you another example. Last year, at the beginning, with the chair of the elders, we went to the Russian embassy in Washington. And we said to the Russian ambassador, if he or Russia could contemplate the possibility of restarting the dialogue around the nuclear risk, to try to negotiate or continue negotiating the control and reduction of the nuclear arsenal. He was very vehement, saying, no, by no means we will talk to the United States about this until the United States accepts that the world order has to change. So there is a lack of communication, a lack of understanding among the countries, and that makes the institutions weaker. Look at the United Nations not being able to do anything about the war in Ukraine, or the war in Gaza, or almost 100 conflicts around the world. And that is due to the lack of dialogue and cooperation. So what is happening within the countries is also happening worldwide. That's why we have to try to promote, again, quoting Mandela, constructive dialogue. Otherwise, we will continue to see things deteriorating. We will continue to see how the world does not cooperate in stopping climate change or stopping or reducing the nuclear risk. Right now, another very, very interesting, and I don't know if dangerous or not dangerous, which is AI, artificial intelligence. So we need to sit and talk about these problems, but in a constructive way, and try to reach agreements. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult.
Thank you, President Santos. Thank you for your insights. And I would like to personally say thank you as well for following the situation in Venezuela very closely.
Let me, Julio, just simply add a couple of words about that situation. I really am sorry and suffering by seeing what is happening. We see the regime simply being very cynic, and the repression of the Venezuelan people. And what we also seeing is the lack of action of the international community, in the sense of, besides the condemning what is happening by some countries, a big portion of the democracies in the world condemning what is happening, but in real life, in the reality right now, unfortunately, we don't see any repercussion that will give optimism for a regime change. And that's why I thought that, for example, some years ago, and I think you know this story, but I will share it with your audience right now, President Trump invited me or told me in the General Assembly of September 2017, what should we do with Venezuela? And he said, can you invite the leaders, the presidents of the major Latin American countries to a dinner that I will host and talk about Venezuela? And I said, yes, Mr. President, and I did. And the president of Brazil and Argentina and Mexico and Panama, many of the presidents were there. And he said, what should we do with Venezuela? And half jokingly, half serious, he said, how about an invasion? And I said, no, Mr. President, an invasion of Venezuela is the worst of all alternatives. And he asked me why. And I said, because Venezuela is not Panama, it's not Grenada. It's a very big country, a very important country. And any military action there, first of all, Venezuelans will hate Colombians for 3 generations, but Latin America will hate the US for 6 generations. Don't think about that. And he said, well, what is a solution? And I said, give Maduro construct for Maduro a golden bridge, a dignified way out. And I said, that's where the United Nations Security Council can come in, because the Security Council can stop the investigations that are already going on, and that was 2017 in the International Criminal Court. The only instance that can stop those investigations is the Security Council. So if the Security Council agrees and you help, I told Mr. Trump, you help build a golden bridge for Maduro, I think that is a wise solution, because there's no way that he or any dictator will surrender its power to go to jail or to be killed. And so that's why I thought that at that time the Security Council would have been a great solution. I still think that it could be, because I still think that that is one of the aspects that Maduro and the regime are aware of, and they think that that is something that sooner or later can go after them. So try to negotiate a golden bridge, a dignified way out, would be a solution. But unfortunately, what is happening is not creating the necessary conditions for that. That's why I'm a bit frustrated, and I'm very sorry to see what is happening in your country, and you have all my solidarity.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I think we are finishing. I don't know if there is a time for a question from the public. Alejandro, you want to? Someone will make one final question, Mr. President. There is a problem with that? It's fine for you?
No, go ahead.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. President. My name is Camilo Enriquez from Pasto in Colombia.
No sabía. Imposible.
Let me first congratulate you for the wedding of your youngest son, which was a really important event this weekend in the country. Yeah.
Thank you.
My question is, you were talking about cooperation, right? I want to know your opinion about the cooperation that the governments of Mexico, Brazil, and Colombia are doing to the current dictator Maduro in Venezuela. Do you think they are acting in order to look for a solution, or they are acting in order to continue strengthening the left-wing movement, let's say, in the Americas? And in contrast, what do you think about the situation in El Salvador, which is really similar of what happened in Colombia with Uribe, like changing the constitution in order to get to power? Thanks for this opportunity.
Well, the three countries, and afterwards 2 countries, Brazil and Colombia, were saying, and they're still saying it, is that they want to promote a peaceful transition of power. But their request has found no echo in the Maduro regime. And I told President Petro some days ago that willingness to cooperate and to mediate in a peaceful transition slowly but surely turns into complicity, because when you see that they don't want to sit down and talk, and they don't want to negotiate a peaceful solution, those efforts become more of a complicity than efforts to try to negotiate. That's the real life. And regarding your question about El Salvador, that brings us back to the original question that Julio was making at the beginning. In El Salvador, as in Mexico, as in Argentina, and we're seeing that the authoritarian regimes are weakening the institutions that in a way control or have the checks and balances of the executive power. And that in the long run is extremely counterproductive, and that is exactly what destroys democracy. So the big effort is to strengthen the democracies, the institutions that constitute democracies, the judicial power, the legislative power. We now have a new thread with AI, because the power of AI and of fake news in the elections of a democracy are becoming extremely dangerous. So we have to see how we deal with that. So these are the challenges that we have in front of us. But again, only by sitting down and talking and trying to reach agreements can we stop.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are very glad for your insights in this conversation. And well, everybody here wants to say you goodbye with applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julio.
We'll now take a short coffee break and we'll resume at 3:45.
If everyone could take a seat, please. We're about to start the first panel of the conference. Rafa.
Okay, great. Thank you. So let us start. So hello, everyone. And I'm Daniel Kerner. I lead the Latin America team in Eurasia, and I'm going to moderate this panel. Before we start and I introduce everyone and what we're going to discuss, I first want to thank Alejandro and the Institute and all of you for the invitation. And when I was coming here, I was thinking that it's a very timely event, and with everything that's happening in the world, in Mexico, in Venezuela. But even though I'm joined by a very esteemed panel, and I'm sure we're all going to learn a lot, I was also thinking it's a little bit depressing that we are having this event because at least some people here, I guess, are much younger, right? But I guess I grew up in the years where it seemed that democracy was already an established fact, and there was only one path for political systems, particularly in Latin America, which was democratic consolidation. They could be better, they could be worse, but the idea that we're discussing again democracy and backsliding, I found it a little bit sad. And also, I guess I'm sure there's a lot of political scientists here, and when you grow up as a political scientist, you always learn that there's one example of the perfect democracy, right? Which is the US, right? It always has a score of 1 or 10 or 100, and then you see that 40% of the population doesn't recognize a result, right? And I'm saying this because it seems like we are in a moment where it's not just a few examples in Latin America, but it's a broader global trend in which there are questions about the future of democracy. But I'll let our panelists speak more about this. So I'm just going to introduce them very, very, very quickly. I'm joined here by José Antonio Aguilar Rivera, right? Oh, no, sorry, by Paola Alemán. I have it in order. She's a Venezuelan politician, academic, who's currently serving as Vice President of Political Education and Programs at Primero Justicia. Javier Corrales, who's a Professor of Political Science at Amherst College, obtained his PhD in Harvard University, has many books about many things. The latest one about autocracy rising in Venezuela. And Juan Miguel Mateos, who's a congressman of the National Assembly in Venezuela as well. He's also a professor of constitutional law at Ponte Avila University, and his research is focused on constitutional law, democratization, and legal framework of political changes. So the idea is that each one of them are going to speak for 5 to 10 minutes, then I'll ask some questions, and then we'll open it for the audience. So let's start with you, Javier, and some ideas about democracy. Thank you.
Hello, testing. And help is coming. And it'll be 10 minutes rather than 5. Okay. Please stop me if after 10 minutes I'm still taka. Where's Waldo?
Sorry, let me move this and then
Sure.
we're good to go. Okay, should be good.
So I don't need this microphone, right? Because this one should be great. Great. Well, thank you very much. Let me begin by saying that what a pleasure for me it is to be here at Georgetown University, because you mentioned Harvard, but my biggest accomplishment is Georgetown University class of 1986. I loved being able to be here, and I'm very proud of my Georgetown background, and I'm glad to see that Georgetown is doing so well, and now with the Americas Institute. So it really moves me to come back to my alma mater. Right, so here's what I want to do. many of us here may be very familiar with the Venezuelan case, but what I want to do is talk a little bit about how we can think of the Venezuelan case as a way to study how is it that we know if this disease is happening in my own country? What are the telltale signs that we can draw from the Venezuelan case's transition to autocracy, which has been the most remarkable in the Americas and in the world? And it began so slowly and so gradually. And so the first lesson from Venezuela is that if there isn't early detection and early action, it can get to a point, it can grow to a stage where it becomes almost very difficult to undo. So if we don't do early detection of processes of autocratization, we may miss the chance to do so. And my PowerPoint isn't progressing. I don't know if there's a, am I pressing the wrong? Where, not here, but here.
I think you can use anything now. Yeah.
Okay. So it's a case about democratic backsliding, and I'm going to emphasize three aspects that I thought was fundamental in this process. It's going to sound very political science-y. Apologies, I cannot hide it. But although these are not the only themes that matter, I think they are very important. The first thing that can go wrong in a country is what I call asymmetrical party system fragmentation. I'll explain that in a moment. Something really, really disruptive is going to have to happen in a party system for this to happen, and this occurred under Chavez. Then we have to look at the process of state capturing, which occurred under Chavez before Maduro came in. And then I want to talk about varieties of violence that propagated. All right. So I looked at we have variation in Latin America in the status of autocratization. Here we have a measurement of autocratization for Venezuela and Nicaragua, which are the cases that dropped the most. It's world historic how much these numbers fell to the ground. But we also have, for comparison, we also have the cases of Ecuador and Colombia. Colombia at some point could have gone in an autocratic fashion, and it didn't. There was a bit of a U-turn, and President Santos deserves a lot of credit for ensuring that it doesn't go in that direction. So we have some variation in the outcomes. Not everything is bad news. The problem is that we've had other bad cases. I think I could argue that we had another near miss with Brazil and El Salvador. But all right, the first thing that happens is what I call the party system of the country has to change. The ruling party becomes strong, united, incredibly loyal to the new leader, and the parties of the opposition collapse. This is an asymmetrical fragmentation. The ruling party stays solid, big, and the opposition collapses. This didn't happen in the United States under Trump, but it happened in all the cases of democratic backsliding in Latin America, and Venezuela was the perfect example of this. Take a look at this. This was the representation of the party system in the first election held by Chavez in 1999 for the Constituent Assembly. You can see that the Chavistas, all red, dominate the assembly, and it happened right away. And in many ways, one could argue that from 1999, the Venezuelan opposition has been trying to recover from this collapse. Very few countries, very few opposition forces manage, and credit to the Venezuelan opposition, by 2010, the Venezuelan opposition finally recovers from this fragmentation. Here's the first assembly, the first National Assembly, and you can see the fragmentation here. The ability to be able to come together to recover electorally and to form unity in electoral rounds. In many ways, what we saw in July, the triumph of a unified candidate, is a testament to what Maria Corina did, but also the concerted effort of so many leaders of the opposition who decide that they need to come together for the sake of unity and mobilization. But it took perhaps a decade, if not longer, for the regime to recover. Let me just show you from El Salvador, we're seeing the very same process. In the midterm elections in El Salvador, you get asymmetrical party fragmentation. The ruling party achieves 60% of the seats in the National Assembly. The opposition collapses and splits. From the Venezuelan case, I can say very difficult for El Salvador to recover from this if the opposition doesn't solve this issue. It's very, very difficult, but it can be done. Venezuela shows that it can be done. The next step is state capturing. This is so important to understand because we have a cleavage in Latin America, and in fact, in all democracies. It's a new cleavage. When Lara Brown was talking about the culture and the need for moderation, I would add as a supplement that we are now electorates that feel that our presidents should have a lot of power to do what we want. And under Chavez, and during moments of the ruling party, the Chavismo, there were many, many Venezuelans who were very okay with concentrating power in the hands of the president. They were very, very forgiving. They didn't think this was a big deal. And what you see is that by the time Maduro comes to office, the central bank, the oil company, the judiciary, the electoral authorities, the entire military, paramilitaries, and through the nationalizations, a lot of the economic organizations had lost their autonomy, became pawns of the ruling party. Technocracy was sacrificed for loyalty. And at first, people laughed and thought that that was great. They didn't think too much of it. But this is an autocratic toolkit that was handed over to Maduro when Chavez died. And what I want you to look at this is that other cases of potential autocratization don't go that far. So, for example, Uribe, who did concentrate a lot of power and which produced asymmetrical party system fragmentation in Colombia, didn't conquer the state to the same degree. Maybe with more time, he would have. So the process of reversing the autocratization in Colombia began before it became too late. But in Venezuela, by 2010, and certainly by the time that Chavez died in 2013, it was pretty much over. There is very little that the opposition can do here. Very little. The opposition can work to recover itself electorally and in terms of unity, but in terms of stopping this, this is a fight of institutions. The institutions have to fight it. This is why in Mexico, what we're seeing now with the fight of their judicial reforms is such an important fight. It's kind of over. A lot of this was done with autocratic legalism, and I have written about this, but let me just say, autocratic legalism is how Chavez and autocrats govern, and this is a term that I coined with others as well, based on a Peruvian dictator, Oscar Benavides, two-time president of Peru, who was asked, how do you govern? And he said, simple. For my friends, everything. Impunity for political friends. For my enemies, the law. So you're going to design laws and enforce them in a way that is very biased. The president becomes the law and order personality. This is a complete distortion of liberal democracy. The basic principle of Lockean liberal democracy is that the law cannot reside in the executive branch. But in autocracies, the executive branch becomes not only the law, but autocratic legalism. This was created by Chavez, and it requires to see the if you see your Supreme Court losing its autonomy, you know that you're in trouble. Re-election, another of the big institutional changes. We know that sometimes it's very difficult to stop a president while governing. So Latin Americans invented in the 19th century the notion of no re-election. This was something that didn't exist in the United States in the 19th century. In fact, it only came after World War II. But Latin Americans, throughout many countries fighting dictatorship, thought of the need that, we cannot stop neocaudillos, we cannot stop presidentes prepotentes. So we need to have a no re-election rule. Here you have a very famous painting of Francisco Madero fighting the dictator in Mexico. And take a look, you cannot really see it. The slogan of the Mexican Revolution that overthrew the dictator was sufragio efectivo, sí, no reelección. Minimal democracy, sufragio efectivo, y la no reelección. So we have to worry a lot about, in Latin America, re-election. Even a second re-election can be very problematic. All right, let me say something about varieties of violence. This was under Maduro mostly, a Cuban import, the decision to turn the military into economic actors. This is something that was done in Cuba. Maduro brought it to perfection. In Venezuela, under Maduro, the military obtained control of state-owned enterprises, tariffs, joint ventures, ties with illicit groups. But there was also a significant diversification of coercion. Here's the official repressive apparatus. 2 more minutes. The official repressive apparatus, a lot of institutions to repress. They each do different things. They all engage in terror, but they target different groups. But in addition, the government has brought in Cuban intelligence and works with colectivos and drug traffickers. Cuban intelligence represses the military, colectivos represses protesters, and drug traffickers repress elites. It's an amazing, amazing system of diversity of coercion. Here's a picture of colectivos in Venezuela, modern day pirates, I call them. And this is a spectacular photo from Nicaragua. You have the president of the country with the official coercive apparatus, the leader of the police, and a leader of a Nicaragua colectivo. Right there, taking a picture, you see it right here. And so this is a model. We used to think that autocracy require the monopoly over the use of violence, but what we now know is that we have a variety of violence. A lot of this is being funded through the rise of illicit mining. For those of you who think that in Venezuela there is only economic shrinkage, and it's mostly economic shrinkage, take a look at a satellite image of what happened under Maduro related to extractive activities. You can see in, this is in 2016, a mining area in Venezuela. With extractive exploitation, you see an expansion of economic activity, all organized for coercive purposes. Illicit activities in Venezuela probably amount to 1/5 of the GDP, and a lot of this is being channeled for coercive. So to conclude, for those of you who've studied Max Weber, he was famous for saying that states need to consolidate what he called a monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force. What the Venezuelan case shows, and I think it's true of forms of autocratization, is that after you do your party change and after you do state capturing, you do have to worry in fixing this dictum by Weber and convert it into, you want instead to spread the legitimate and illegitimate use of physical force so that when you finally lose an election, you have this to survive on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Javier. Okay, so we'll continue and then we'll take the questions. So, Paola, all yours.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here, sharing panel with Javier and Juan Miguel. And before I start, and after listening Javier, I must say something to you. Javier is today probably the most important author on autocracies. His work is, as he showed, creative, deep, and accurate. Nowadays, it's hard to find analysis that really show the complexities of authoritarian dynamics and challenges. Thank you, Javier, because your intellectual work is illuminating the path to restore democracy around the world. And as I said, it's a great honor to be here today. Now, let's get down to business. I will divide my exposition in 3 parts. First, main ideas, then democratic resilience under backsliding context, and democratic resilience under authoritarian context. I will share 3 thoughts on how to resist backsliding democracy. First, Mauricio Rojas, a Chilean politician and thinker, says that in our century, democracies don't die from heart attacks. They die little by little, and it takes time. Second, considering that, politicians and thinkers must be alert on early signs. On this, academic approaches are very important, but there is something that is irreplaceable, and that's the intuition of statement. In 1981, when Venezuela was a shining democracy, Rómulo Betancourt, our first democracy president, said, "Our country is losing faith on democracy." It was his last public appearance. This idea refers to an aspect of our political culture, the lack of democratic commitment of the people, which is a sign of democratic backsliding. And the third idea is that avoiding autocrats is very hard, and there are no recipes. But I must say that there is one important thing that must be done to prevent it. Don't let them become popular. When people support authoritarian electoral options, autocrats win elections and open doors to the unknown. As we have seen in many countries, it's hard to institutions to contend that non-democratic will once it has been legitimized by the popular vote. Now the second part, democratic resilience under a backsliding context. Which sources of resilience have democracies? I will share with you 4: constitutionalism, efficiency, real representation, and electoral force. First, constitutionalism. To be strong, political systems must be flexible, and constitutional order provides mechanism to do it. Legal and institutional reforms can bring oxygen to the political system and prevent ruptures. 2, efficiency. Democracy must bring better life to people. When Hugo Chavez made the coup d'etat in 1992, Rafael Caldera, former president of Venezuela, said, "It is difficult to ask the people to sacrifice themselves for freedom and democracy when they think that freedom and democracy are not capable of feeding them." Democracy must bring solutions: security, prosperity, peace, hope. Otherwise, it can become indispensable. Real representation. The crisis of democracies is profoundly related to the crisis of political parties. Global Representation Index shows that people have lost their voices. And Professor Fatali Mothaman says that a springboard to lonely riders that can be unloyal to the democratic system. The representation crisis is a very hard topic. There are no recipes to solve it. I think that going back to basics can be a good idea. Honest politicians that work hard and are close to the people. As Venezuelan recently, I've seen the power of authenticity and truth. The main challenge of political organizations on our century is to become humans and real in a world that tends to be unhuman and artificial. Force, electoral force. Democrats and their proposals to society must be attractive to everyone. Being a majority is essential to prevent non-democratic projects. In our time, The authoritarian temptation is a constant challenge. The best way to keep them away from power and preventing from winning again and again is to beat them on the ballot and to have a good administration. And the third part, democratic resilience under an authoritarian context. What happens after democracy dies? What happens under a non-democratic context? How can we be resilient? I have 5 ideas to that questions. First, political and social organization. Fighting for democracy under dictatorship is a risky business. Persecution, political prisoners, violence, exile, death. It's a landscape of fear and terror. But sometimes, beneath all that, there are extraordinary people who want democracy and are willing to fight for it. The kryptonite against dictatorship, even the cruel ones, are humble people who are organized and build nets of trust. Organizations with social roots are based in non-material values because their fight, our fight, is priceless. Promoting and taking care of these informal institutions is fundamental to resist the dictatorship. Second idea, moral leadership. What kind of leadership can represent and lead this kind of organizations? A moral leader, a person who can bring them voice and articulate them. It's a person who can inspire them and help them to break the chains of fear and terror. The connection between this leader and his or her followers is effective. It goes beyond emotional. It's trust, love, shared pain, respect, admiration, gratitude, hope, deep human affection. I'm talking about Václav Havel, Mark Lara, Lech Walesa, Martin Luther King, Osvaldo Payá, and María Corina Machado. Third idea, sense of opportunity. In democracy, political rules are quite clear. Elections every 5, 4, 6 years, and so on. In a dictatorship, things are a little bit different. The dictatorship tends to create political scenarios where they can always win. And even though that is going to be always their goal, who are resisting and fighting for democracy must see carefully every scenario to evaluate his democratic potential. For example, a non-competitive election and a referendum can be a democratic booster. From afar, it might look impossible or a scam, but sometimes they can be an opportunity. Fourth, international community. International community has an important role on supporting democratic movements on autocratic contexts. Considering the backsliding around the world and the coordinate political actions between Russia, Iran, China, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, looks like, as Anne Applebaum said, bad guys are winning. This reality must question us. How democratic powers such as the US and Europe are resisting authoritarianism going global. What can they promote? How can they promote, reestablish, and take care of democracy around the world? And the last idea refers to psychological issues. Previous ideas are important, but there is a core topic that affects every aspect of democratic struggle: the psychological dimension of the political fight. I've seen how the real fight for democracy places on the heart and the soul of every activist and leader. Day by day, we confront pain, anger, fear. We learn how to make decisions without information and how to assume the risk of our actions. On the dictatorship side, there are also fear, pain, cruelty. Last week, I was talking to an ex-Chavista, and he was absolutely scared about the consequences of his political positions. He feared that his fear was bigger than mine for two reasons. First, he knows the monster. And second, he knows that they are especially cruel with traitors. I think that academic research must deep in this important topic and promote investigation with creative approaches, going beyond traditional quantitative and qualitative methods. These 5 sources of resilience in authoritarian context does not guarantee success. We can do it all and yet not be the winners. They are means to challenge the dictatorship, put them under pressure and make them do bad decisions to encourage a breakdown. The goal is to create miscalculations dynamics that make them fail, leave power, and finally open door to democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Return.
Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be with you to discuss issues related to the future of freedom and democracy in the region. But first, I must thank Julio Borges, who was the main promoter of this event that we hope will be repeated year after year. And also, I have to thank Alejandro Werner and his team from the Georgetown Americas Institute for accepting to co-sponsor this initiative with the Institute of Social and Political Studies, FORMA, from Venezuela. Well, it is well known, the book, The Third Wave of Democratization, by Samuel Huntington, in which he refers to the victory of liberal democracy in all continents at the end of the 20th century. Unfortunately, 3 decades after that publication, the world is suffering a wave of autocratization, and Latin America, as Alejandro said, is suffering this wave of autocratization in a very special way. We're talking about unique and sui generis autocracies. They are different, and they break traditional molds. They are almost no military personnel, trying coup d'etat, or there are no ideological attachment to the left or to the right. These are very sophisticated and cynical autocracies. They run in elections and they win elections. They insist on having an appearance of legitimacy. They capture Supreme Courts. They make a strategic use of technology and intelligence service. And what is most worrying many times is that they may have high levels of popularity, as President Fujimori in Peru, President Chavez in Venezuela, President Bukele in El Salvador. So how do these autocracies stay in power? Well, they remain in power because they have a very high capacity to adapt to circumstances, and concretely, because they have an enormous capacity for resilience. And about that resilience, I want to share some ideas. First, I will say what I understand by autocratic resilience, and secondly, I will comment the things that autocracies use to be resilient. Resilience is the ability a system has to recover its initial state once the disturbance to which it has been subject stops. Autocratic resilience is therefore the ability of an authoritarian regime to regain its initial state of stability before being subject to a state of need, and after going through an autocratic learning process to find ways to rebalance itself by putting the maintenance of power out of danger. And turning to a simile from the health science, autocratic resilience is the power to create antibodies against democratic forces. So this statement or this concept of resilience
involve two related concepts: the state of autocratic need and the autocratic learning. The state of autocratic need is understood as the set of economic, political, social, international, authoritarian miscalculation, and military circumstances under which all measures, legal or illegal, are activated to ensure the subsistence of the autocracy. And in connection with the state of autocratic need, there is what I call the autocratic learning, which is a special capacity of the autocracies. And from each situation of need faced by a dictatorship, an unscrupulous autocratic cure appears to reverse the circumstances that put the power at risk. Thus, the dynamic of subsisting and preservation of the power of the autocracies happens as follows. The state of autocratic need leads to autocratic learning. Autocratic learning leads to implement the means that are necessary to safeguard political power. And finally, the autocratic resilience appears under the form of stability and rebalancing in the exercise of power. So, regarding the means used by the authoritarian regimes to achieve autocratic resilience, I will refer three, putting aside the obvious repression and violation of human rights. Number one, the organized crime and gangster state, as President Santos mentioned before. The gangster element has a crucial role within the characterization of the autocracies of the 21st century. The gangster element produces black and corrosive economies that weaken the formal apparatus of the state. And the gangster state leads to mechanism of social control, and especially, as Javier mentioned, and especially to the corruption of the military, which powerfully support dictatorships. Second, autocratic solidarity of the dictatorial power of the world. Specialized literature has noted that authoritarianism is a phenomenon that tends to globalization in the 21st century. This situation pushes to the development of autocratic solidarity between the dictatorial powers of the world. Russia, China, Turkey, Nicaragua, North Korea, Iran, Cuba, and Venezuela are members of an autocratic cartel of power that has their headquarters right now in Venezuela, in the Americas. And of course, among them, autocratic know-how and political support are transferred. And I must say that it is an autocratic network that acts and behaves much more quickly and efficiently than the democratic networks of the free world. President Santos mentioned something like that. And number three, new sources of appearance of legitimacy. One of the defining aspects of the autocracies of the 21st century is the ability to simulate new forms of legal and democratic legitimacy. This is what Javier Corrales has called autocratic legalism, to explain the legal reactions of the authoritarian regimes to a situation of instability. And this autocratic legalism leads to hijack Supreme Courts of Justice, electoral administrations, and other branches and governments. And of course, this autocratic legalism is used by the state propaganda apparatus to justify the actions in order to destroy the rule of law and the brutal repression. So this is the way I think that the autocratic resilience works, or at least is my approach from the Venezuelan experience struggling for democracy. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, all of you. So I'll start with a few questions because I have the privilege of doing that, and then I'll open it up. Yeah, let me start with you, Jumiel, because So you talked a lot about the resilience of the autocrats and their adaptation, right? And so, for all of those of us that are not in Venezuela and that follow it from afar, how have you seen this adaptation, right? Because it started with Chavez and now it's probably, I don't know if it's Maduro or it's beyond that, but it's clearly adapted and it has made another turn now, which is stealing blatantly an election, right? Which is sort of did before, but now it was very clear. So as you think about, maybe you can walk us a little bit through how you've seen those adaptations and how do you see these newest adaptations and how much resilience do you think this one can have? Or are we entering a process where this can actually be maybe the last stage of that?
Well, thank you very much. If you're thinking in Hugo Chavez, you have to think in a strong character with high levels of popularity. So Chavez was willing to do whatever he had to do to remain in power, but he used, I think, the violation of human rights or coercive power much more less than Nicolás Maduro. So Maduro doesn't have the popularity that Chavez had, so he had to adapt to these circumstances. So he has to employ the autocratic, however, said something like toolbox, yeah, to remain in power. And something that I think that it is important is that in an autocracy like the Venezuelan, with Maduro as a head of that autocracy, the most important issue for them is power. I mean, they are looking for power, they are looking to remain power. It is not true that they don't have enough incentive from the United States or from the Venezuelan opposition to go out of power. So they want to remain in power. The other thing is that they are not ideological. They adapt themselves because they don't care about ideology. Ideology for them, for Maduro, is power, is money. And that brings to the other thing that Maduro has as part of the toolkit, which is the relationship with the organized crime and with the dictatorial power of the world. As I said, in Venezuela, we are suffering right now an invasion from China, from Russia, from Iran, from Cuba, from a long time. And they provide autocratic know-how to Maduro in order that he could learn how to adapt to the circumstances.
Thank you. No, just first question to Professor Corrales. When you see democracy during the Cold War, sometimes you have the image that, for example, the United States, sometimes in order to fight against communism, promotes military coup d'etat. And that happens in different countries in Latin America. But then after the fall of the Berlin Wall, you see that it's now different. Autocracies promote a disstabilization of democracy in other countries with no ideological signs. A right-wing Russia has a big alliance with Nicaragua or Bolivia or Venezuela. So ideology seems not to be the most important border between the different teams. However, what you see right now is that probably we are in a new Cold War in which what you have at the bottom of everything is a free world trying to promote democracy, very weak, and another different things that is promoting autocracy. Do you think that are we prepared to face and fight this new context of a new Cold War?
Thank you. There is no doubt in my mind that the international forces in favor of democracy lack teeth. They do not have the ability to really punish wrongdoers. There is some people are glad to see this, are glad to see that there isn't such a force out there. But I think we're paying the consequences of that. When you see the rise of autocracy within borders, in many ways, nothing can counter the state. And if international forces cannot punish those actions, then the battle is very complicated. And you're absolutely right. In addition, the other point is that we now live in a multipolar world, where what that really means is that states that are interested in autocracy have a diversity of places they can go to for help. During the Cold War, you had to be with the Soviet Union. And this was not the best ally you could have. But now you can go to Russia, you can go to China, you can go to Iraq. And so you now have multipolarity of autocracy. That's what you have. And this is a magnificent international environment for the spread of autocracy. So one of the problems of the study of democracy today is precisely that we know that the efforts to promote democracy internationally are very weak. I'm not going to go into sanctions, but that's another area where we know there's just no teeth out there. The record of sanctions actually undermining autocracies is very poor. There are a few cases, but the overall record is very bad. So one of the challenges of our time is precisely that one, the lack of teeth of the international democracies.
Great, excellent. So Paula, let me ask you a question. So you also talked a lot about resilience, but more on the democratic side, right? And you're sort of in the trenches in Venezuela on this, right? So I think I have two questions. Like the first one is, as we enter into this new phase in Venezuela after the elections and the more repressive turn, how do you see that democratic resilience, and how do you see it evolving, and how much can it last? And the second is, because building a little bit on what Julio and Javier were saying, there's throughout this past, almost 20 years now, there's always this talk, okay, what the international community has to do or not do in Venezuela. And either they haven't succeeded or it probably made matters worse, right? But the question is still going to be out there. Okay, what can the other countries in the region, Europe, the US? So from within, when you have to think, okay, what should the international community do maybe to help that democratic resilience, what would it be?
Well, the thing on democratic resilience, and this is a difference between democratic resilience and authoritarian resilience, is that autocrats, once they go forward from a danger, an existential danger, they become stronger. But on the democratic field, when the resilience, it gets every time poorest and weakest. So it is different because when you have these problems and this crisis as we are having in Venezuela, the greatest danger outcome of this situation is that if Nicolás Maduro remains in power after all that we have done peacefully, constitutionally, and in an electoral way, he's going to be stronger, autocratic monster, stronger, and we are going to be weak. And that's very, very dangerous. I don't have an answer how are we going to be resilient under that context, but I can say that the world should think about it, because as Juan Miguel said when he was talking, this is a danger that is going to be beyond frontiers, beyond borders, and it's going to be spread on Latin America. And the other one I forgot, sorry. Show the teeth. Show the teeth. I think that what they have been doing is not working, obviously. Obviously, it's not working. It's not working for Venezuela, it's not working for Mexico, it's not working for Nicaragua, it's not working for Bolivia, it's not working for El Salvador. So I think they have to go to the doctor and show the teeth.
Any questions from the audience?
Thank you. Hi there. Thank you for all the information. It was awesome. I do feel I have a question. There was a moment in Venezuela where we held power through the National Assembly after 2015. I'm not gonna say we won everything with that, but it was a feat in. We definitely defeat them in their own field. If we were the majority in that time by making a coalition, how could we break the tyranny of Venezuela? How important is to break the military in that process? Or what's the best way to break the ruling power as a coalition? Thank you very much.
So answer, go ahead.
We were talking this morning about this. I don't think my field has the answers to those questions. I don't think my field knows how is it that we get transitions to democracy. We used to think it had to do with economic development, but that's been debunked. But then one thing that we do know is that you have to instigate a crack inside the regime. During the Guaido period, my impression, I may be wrong, is that's the closest Venezuela ever came to that. It didn't work out, but it came very close. And so in many ways, the reason we don't seeing a crack now in Madurismo is because they patched it over during the Guaido period. So they did come very close during that time. This would have been a moment where there was this closeness. We are now in another moment where I think we could see it. A few days ago, I wrote this post where I said, right now, the regime is fully unified in repressing. We used to think that when regimes have to repress, they split. Oh, some people are going to be like, we shouldn't be repressing so much. But I have come to the realization that they're very united in putting out the fire. They're now in a moment where there are no cracks. We're not going to see liberalization in the next few weeks or months. Once that calms down again, I think Venezuela could go back to a situation where the cracks can emerge at the top. So in so many ways, perhaps the strategy at this point is to take advantage of the institutional crisis that was created with this spectacular electoral performance. Very few oppositions in the world, in democracies, produce what was done. Very few opposition forces defeat incumbents this way. It's generating an institutional crisis. They're now united because they have one goal: repress, repress, repress. The moment that the repression when they go back to normal, I think you can get back to those internal cracks because they are absolutely essential for things to unravel. But other than that, I don't know that my field or me has an answer to those huge questions. Once again, Venezuelan actors are demonstrating to the world how you do it.
Excellent.
I just wanted to go back to this teeth question or international community. And so I guess my question is this a lack of vision and will among democracies and international community? Is this a lack of tools? Or is this the conscious decision by democracies to rule out certain tools? Because obviously, historically, there was a reference to US military or US other activities, which people don't seem to really want to put on the table now. I'm not arguing that they should be, frankly. But my question is, what do we mean when we talk about lack of will of the international community or lack of ability or capabilities of international community to achieve change? Okay.
Well, I think that there is a few of everything in this: lack of will, a lack of capacities, and then also a complicated moment. In the very moment in which we defeated Maduro through the electoral way, you see the United States in a constant crisis in its democracy, but you also see the world in crisis. The war in Ukraine and Russia, the war in the Middle East. So the international community, I think, that is aware of the problem of Venezuela for the democracy and for the world. But there are also many other crises that they have to deal with, to handle. And what I think that is a key issue here is that the international community is important, extremely important, but it's not enough condition to break from inside the regime. And in this point is where people have to show up. I mean, the Venezuelan people, demonstration, protest. And if I would have to say, I say that it's much more important the internal pressure than the external pressure. And to break the regime, the cartel of power in Venezuela, at least, at this very point, I want to be careful with this, but you need force. You decide what is the source of your force, the people in the street, the military, or the international community with armed forces or whatever. So we don't control the last one. We don't control the military. We have to control the internal pressure, but I must say that there is an overdose of fear among the Venezuelans because of the wave of repression. So I think that I mean, to finish, that the international community has its limits, and in the other part of the coin, the dictatorial power of the world don't have limits. So they are more efficient what they are doing.
One more question.
Thank you very much indeed for an absolutely splendid presentation. If I may take it back to Latin America, as it says there, and take it away from specifically Venezuela. The Economist magazine is the only place where you can go for actual data on democracy. And every year they rank every country in the world, and they divide it into four: full democracies, flawed democracies, hybrid regimes, and tyrannies. It's the only one out there, so it may be dreadful, but their methodology seems good. There are only 24 full democracies in the world. 2 of those are in the Americas, just 2. The other 22 are in Europe, Australia, New Zealand. They're doing something right. So I would like to turn it around to the panel, and rather than talk about everything which you said, which is totally accurate, about the horrors that we're seeing in autocracies and everything else, but when you think just in Europe, Italy, Germany, Spain, Portugal, Hitler, Mussolini, Franco, Salazar. What are the 24 full democracies doing right? Are there lessons to be learned from the only 24 full democracies in the world? And again, only 2 in the Americas, 1 in North America and 1 in South America. Thank you very much indeed.
You know, let's hope they continue to do things right. I think most people are thinking that the things that those countries used to be doing right, they're no longer doing it so right. But my impression is the following: what they have that was exemplary for a long period, certainly during the first 25 years of their democratic transition. In all democracies, you have people who are very angry about everything. One of the jobs of political parties in those democracies was to de-radicalize. The leading political parties of the time defended their ideologies, defended their points of view, their governments, but they tended to play a magnificent job in de-radicalizing the most extreme elements of their sides. I think this is a fundamental, it's sort of like discontent needs to be curated, and the only institution that does it is political parties. Social movements don't do it. Social movements exaggerate. The media exaggerates. Lara Brown was talking about, everybody talks about their discontent. We worry about the fact that political parties have lost that specialty, their ability to de-radicalize their own ranks. This is a party connection to the moderation argument. I worry about that in many, many democracies in Europe that are falling for far right or far left ideologies, and of course here in the United States. We may never recover that. We may never recover political parties that are good at de-radicalizing. And in that case, democracy will be always precarious. But that to me was one of the exemplary lessons from the democracies in the new era, what consolidated them in the very beginning. And I miss that. I miss that institutional element. Of course, if you're not an institutional political scientist, you'll mention other things, but I'll tell you what an institutional political scientist would say about what is the institution that they had that now seems to be faltering. One more.
Oh, thank you very much for this enriching conversation. I think last point was probably the most important for me, at least the de-radicalization. How we do that, right? You have talked about many different points in Latin America, elsewhere, but I miss, what about the social media tycoons? What about Zuckerberg, Musk, or Pavel Durov? To make a long story short, in January, in the Senate, Zuckerberg probably suffered the worst day in his life because he had to answer very difficult questions about family of victims of terrorism, fake news, and also childhood abuse. The same applies to what happened to Pavel Durov weeks ago. Elon Musk now seems to be fighting with Brazilian president. So what we can learn from this, are those media tycoons fighting for democracy or for their own egos, millionaires account? And therefore, and this, I know this very philosophical, almost wishful thinking desire, but democracies are suffering this social media heated debate. And I think perhaps we can discuss if they are at least responsible to put certain rules. Otherwise, we can talk about institutional democracy, we can talk about tons of authors, 19th century, 20th century, but we'll not solve the problem, because the problem is that heated atmosphere where the algorithm precisely emphasize both radical left and radical right. So we cannot de-radicalize in such a heated atmosphere. Thank you.
Let me just say, I think we shouldn't be too trusting or too cynical of social media. You're absolutely right that in social media, we have a platform that is uncurated, anybody can say whatever, and we have the algorithms that make us always receive the kind of news that we want to hear. This is a disaster for the human brain, absolutely. And this is exactly what we need to be able to stop. But is this the first time that democracies have had incendiary discourse? Probably not. Maybe it's propagating through algorithms. I think that's, yeah, absolutely. What we do need is the political leadership can fight this. The political leadership can counter the sentiments of the base. That's a political decision that you observe some parties doing and others don't. We have plenty of evidence demonstrating that when political leaders yield to the extremists, extremism grows. When they try to contain it, it stays contained. So yes, the challenge is much harder because of social media, but it doesn't seem like it is unachievable. We need to understand now why is it that leaders in political parties yield so much to radicalism, but it is definitely, I think, still a game that can be played and won. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, yes. Well, while you were talking, I remember this quote from Marshall McLuhan, "Media is the message," right? And of course, social media are a tough topic, but on an authoritarian context, they are an opportunity. Without social media, Venezuelan election on July 28, we wouldn't be able to show the world what was happening. Also, another thing was that all the actas, I don't know how to say it in English, the electoral ballots, right, records were transmitted through Starlink, which is an internet service that was not controlled from the state. What I want to say is that don't kill the messenger. Don't kill the social media. Of course, there are algorithms and things that are the problem, but the real problem is in political culture. Because if society rejects polarization and feels not comfortable with bad words or insulting or hate speech, they wouldn't go there. The problem and the danger is that you have a society that feels good when they go on that hate speech. And that's the problem that you have to look for. And that's civic education, that's politicians that are human and know. I mean, sometimes when I go into internet or on X or whatever, and I see the discussions in democratic countries, I said, I think that that's when I talk to my kids, they are 16, 14, and 12. And you say, please don't curse, please don't tell names, please. I mean, it's basic education. And the problem are not social media. The problem is the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I think we've reached the limit, so thank you very much, the three of you. This was very engaging, and I learned a lot. So we're gonna take a small break, and then we're gonna. Oh no, we continue. Okay, we'll continue. And now the interesting thing is that we talked about Venezuela. Now we're gonna talk about what's coming. Thank you very much.
Just take it, just put it over there. Yeah.
Do you want to take your water, sir? I have one here. You have yours right here. Lara Yes. Yes. Sí, sí, sí. ¿Por qué la me parece un poco
Everybody, we're going right into our next panel. If you can take a seat, we'll get started so we can get to our reception at 6. So please take a seat and we're going to get started.
Great. Okay, so I'll start. I'll continue, but we're going to change a little bit topics. And I think what's interesting, we talked a lot about Venezuela in the previous session, which is sort of the case of democratic backsliding in Latin America, maybe the first of this new wave. But now we're going to turn to the ones that seem to be coming. And, you know, I said at the beginning that it was kind of depressing a little bit that we were discussing this, and who would have thought that we would be really discussing this in the case of Mexico, which, you know, when listening to Javier, seems to have all the conditions. So, you know, this panel, we're going to focus much more on Mexico and Colombia. Let me introduce you to the people that are here. I have here on my left, José Antonio Aguilar Rivera, who's a professor of political science at the División de Estudios Políticos at CIDE. We can talk a lot about democratic backsliding there, I imagine. He has been a visiting fellow at the Kellogg Institute, the Institute of Advanced Studies, and Warwick Universities. He has written a number of books on Mexico, U.S.-Mexico, liberalism, and a number of other issues. We have connected here, hello, how are you doing? Lara Brown, who couldn't join us. She's an assistant professor of global affairs at the University of Notre Dame, so she's right there in Indiana, I think. And her research focused on institutions, regime, and regime change in Latin America. Before this, she was a professor, assistant professor at the University of Utah, and she has a PhD in political science from the University of Notre Dame, and her research agenda is centered on questions related to survival and quality of democratic systems. And then last but not least, good friend Luis Carlos Ugalde, who's the General Director of Integralia Consultores. He's also Reagan Fassel Fellow at the National Endowment for Democracy in the U.S., and he was president of Mexico's Federal Electoral Commission the first time López Obrador tried to come into power. So let me turn it over to Luis Carlos and to talk about, you know, what you're seeing and what we can expect in Mexico this important week.
Yes, thank you very much. And I will try to give a brief description of how Mexico's democracy is weakening, and then try to envision what lies ahead. Before the judiciary reform, which is going to be approved most likely this Wednesday, there has been a process of erosion of democracy in Mexico. And let me briefly tell you about 3 processes that have been in the making over the past few years. One is the erosion of the Mexican Congress, which nobody talks about. And in my opinion, it is as important as the judiciary. The Mexican Congress has usually been a weak branch of government in Mexico. And indeed, the weakness of this branch of government is an explanation of why corruption in Mexico exploded during the transition of democracy. One of the saddest stories of the Mexican transition, which now we talk very enthusiastically about, is that this transition over the past 20 or 30 years produced a lot of corruption as well. And one of the reasons of that was the weak Mexican Congress that we have usually have. However, the weakness of this Congress has been at the highest level over this past few years, and this is very relevant to mention about. I have been studying the Mexican Congress since not since the 1970s. I began studying the Mexican Congress when I was doing my PhD dissertation in the 1990s, but I went back to the 1970s trying to analyze those reasons. Of course, the hegemony of the PRI was the reason of this weakness. Well, the same is happening with Morena now, but it is even worse now because of the numbers, but mainly because of the attitude. There is a certain attitude of arrogance, lack of interest on the side of Morena people to try to talk, to listen, to understand, There is some sort of resentment within the Mexican Congress of Morena people trying to win votes within the Mexican Congress, not listening to anyone. In the PRI days, that majority at least was very careful to impose the majority, was very careful of having good manners. Now that is gone. So this arrogance and this attitude and this resentment and this revenge is part of this weakening with arrogance of the Mexican Congress. And this is going to continue worse than ever. And this is number one. The second one is the erosion of federalism. There is a process of centralization which began taking place under Peña Nieto, under the Peña Nieto administration. This is important to mention. Under the false idea that local governments are very corrupt to manage their own businesses, there was an idea that the central administration, the central federal government had to take care of many issues. And this began with Peña Nieto and has continued under López Obrador more than ever. Then the idea of governors of sovereign entities is gone. Governors in Mexico today, well, Morena governors, which are 24 out of 32, act as delegates of the central power, as delegates of the Mexican president. And therefore, the balance between the central government in Mexico City and the power of the Mexican states has disappeared. It's very slim. And therefore, this has created more power in the hands of the Mexican administration, that this is going to continue under Mrs. Sheinbaum. So this is the second one about the erosion of democratic institutions. And the third one is the erosion of the strength and independence of electoral institutions. I was president of Mexico's IFE at the time, today INE, in 2006, and as was mentioned here, I saw López Obrador making the first claim of fraud in that year. And the same has repeated and repeated unless he won. And now he's challenging, he's weakening, he's attacking these electoral institutions. What has happened over the past few years that despite the fact that INE continues to be a strong institution in terms of the capacity to organize elections, it is losing independence. The government and Morena has attacked INE, has infiltrated the central administration of INE. Today, 4 or 5 members of the electoral board respond to Morena, more or less. And therefore, within the next 2 years, when new board members are going to be replaced, it is most likely that the institution is going to be mostly captured by the government. And in the case of the Electoral Tribunal, it has been on the making for a few years. When this administration began in 2018, the government began to threaten members of the Electoral Tribunal, sometimes bribing them, maybe. Nobody can demonstrate this, but there are many anecdotes and stories that you hear in Mexico about this threatening. The same has happened with the Supreme Court, by the way. So today I would say that electoral institutions are lacking independence. However, the good news, there are some good news, is that because the INE has to organize the election of judges in 2025 and 2027, then there is not going to be in the very short term an electoral reform, which is good because it means that maybe the INE will survive until 2027 when we will have midterm elections. That means that maybe we will have the opportunity to rebalance the power, at least in the Chamber of Deputies. So on the one hand, you will have INE with the administrative and the logistical capacity intact today, but the lack of independence or the capture of the board of the INE, which is the one that takes political decisions at INE. So this has been the main three avenues through which democracy is backsliding in Mexico at the institutional level. Now the judiciary, which is going to be approved this week, most likely, unless there is one possibility remote, I would say that there is one vote in the Mexican Senate, which will be lacking. And therefore, if that happens, if that miracle occurs, then at least this week, we won't have a judiciary reform, but most likely they will get the vote. At least it is the most likely scenario. But what does it mean? If it doesn't happen this week, it will happen next week. If it doesn't happen next week, it will happen within the next 4 or 5 weeks. However, it would be very different if it is delayed at least a few days or a few weeks. It would be a different scenario because that would allow the new administration to diminish, recalibrate some aspects which are impossible to implement. But let me just give you 3 ideas why this reform is so harmful for Mexico. First, because the erosion of independence. Second, because the loss of talent. The judiciary career in Mexico, the judiciary path to become a judge is very relevant in any judiciary branch in the world. And this loss of talent and of merit-based careers of judges in Mexico would be a disaster, a loss of talent, the politicization of the whole branch. And finally, I would say the final impact to companies, to people, to governments is the loss of legal protection. And what is the future of Mexican democracy? How does it look like? A few months ago, I published with another friend in Nexus magazine in Mexico an article I called Authoritarian Neoliberalism, by which we mean the idea that we will have in Mexico a regime which combines a market economy with a closed democracy, or a market economy, an open economy with a closed political regime. And I think these 2 elements of an economy working under some of the market legacies of the past, under some neoliberal institutions like the USMCA or macroeconomic stability or the independence of the Central Bank of Mexico, which continue to work, will be combined with a more authoritarian regime. I think Mexico can deal with that for a certain period of time. And many companies in Mexico will manage to deal in that environment. Even the US can live with that if Mexico, if the new administration offers some certainty to companies doing business in Mexico. However, the problem with this, and any student of political science knows this, is that you can offer some certainty, but once you close the legal protection and the independence of the judiciary, you all depend on the persons in power. And once those persons are gone, and maybe Sheinbaum can offer that she's going to be responsible, then once she's gone, what is going to happen? So this balance of neoliberal authoritarianism, I think, is very short-sighted, and it can work for a few years, but after that, it is impossible to be sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Luis Carlos. Will we continue with Mexico?
Thank you. Well, thank you very much to Alejandro and Georgetown University for the invitation to be here today. I won't repeat much of what Luis Carlos just said. I think he gave a pretty good overview of what's going on in Mexico. And I'm going to touch certain specific aspects. I think we are experiencing a full-fledged authoritarian restoration in Mexico. That means that democracy would not survive for much longer now. And let me tell you what I understand by democracy, because we've been for the last 6 years discussing in Mexico whether we were experiencing backsliding or just democracy as usual, majority rule. So I think that following Jaworski, democracy is a system in which parties lose power, can lose power. Once a dominant party is able to sustain in power and not losing elections, then democracy has basically disappeared. And that was what happened in Mexico during 70 years of one party rule or hegemonic party with the PRE, the PRI. Just on the side, I was listening last panel to the idea that law was the use of law, political use of law. And it was Benito Juárez in the mid-19th century who said, para los amigos, justicia y gracia. Para los enemigos, la ley. So that goes back a long way to our, in our 19th century experience. Transition to democracy in Mexico was a long and winding affair, starting, some people think, in the late 1960s with the student movement of 1968, others dated in the 80s, others in the 90s, but it was long and unclear affair until in 2000, finally we have a president who was not a member of PRI elected. And then we had 20 years, give or take, of democracy, of fledgling democracy. In contrast, transition to autocracy, backsliding, autocratization, has been a short, brief affair. It happened very, very quickly by the means that Luis Carlos has described, by centralizing power in the executive, and by doing what it took more than 2 decades to achieve in terms of federalization, of separation of powers, of building autonomous institutions such as the central bank, the electoral authority, other bodies that assess public policy. All that was very soon under fire once López Obrador took office. What are the odds of democracy surviving in Mexico? I must say that I'm much more pessimistic than Luis Carlos, because once the separation of powers is suspended or disappears in Mexico, then we won't have part of the equation that allows losers to contend or to go to the courts in cases of electoral disputes. So one of the elements that allows parties to lose powers disappears. The other element, which was key to the process of transition to democracy in Mexico, was building an independent agency, electoral agency, first IFE, then INE, that was able to provide certainty to all players that elections would be fair and sound. Now, in the package of reforms, constitutional reforms, there's one that touches on INE, as Luis Carlos said. Maybe it won't happen immediately, but that is something that is, once they have the votes, it will happen, because it's within the logic of political concentration of power. Why has this happened? I think that in comparative terms, what we know is that countries that are stagnant economically are more vulnerable to backsliding or for democracies to die. Countries that are unequal also have worse odds of democracy has worse of surviving. We also know that countries that are unable to redistribute income have worse odds. Mexico had all of those conditions by 2018. The growth, economic growth, had been in between 1% and 2% of national gross product. Also, inequality in Mexico has been basically on for the last 60 years or so. And redistribution has been very, very, very small. The fiscal powers of the state are also small. So we didn't have a very optimistic outlook from the beginning. And then we had a long authoritarian past, longer than any other Latin American country. The idea that we would leave behind 70 years of authoritarian history and establish a solid democracy maybe now seems too optimistic. There are authoritarian paths or structures that remain throughout the whole period. Now we are seeing how they come back. The interesting thing is that probably the best students of the populist mismanagement of the economy of the 70s and 80s were not the neoliberal technocrats that took power after 1882, 83, but maybe it was López Obrador and the heirs of that experience. So they learned that macroeconomic policy was crucial, or the handling of macroeconomic policy was crucial to control inflation, exchange rates, public deficits, and the overall idea that the economy was under control. Maybe if in the 70s and the 80s, Presidents Luis Echeverría and López Portillo wouldn't have committed or incurred in these economic mistakes of policy, the PRI would not have lost power eventually. So a window of opportunity to restore authoritarian rule in Mexico, combining what Luis Carlos just said, neoliberal or neoclassical policies with authoritarian rule, was open to López Obrador. And that meant to restore authoritarianism with solid economic grounding. That remains to be seen, because part of the reason why Mexico has not become an economic mess is precisely because the legacy of the technocrats in the last 20 years or before López Obrador came to power. There was the fundamentals of the economy were good. There were money, there was central bank, there was a floating exchange rate, and López Obrador has managed to keep all that. And maybe he thinks that there is a way back in time to 1970 where PRI could be saved and restored. So I think that's maybe that's what the group in power nowadays wants to do, to turn back the clock and change the decisions that eventually led to democracy. And maybe democracy or the claim or the demands of democracy were contingent on economic policy failures. And maybe if people go back to the previous equilibrium, democracy's demands will go away, as they were insignificant from 1929 until 1980. And that's something that will remain to be seen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antonio. Before we discuss more, let me pass it to you, Laura, to talk about a little bit about Colombia or any other issues.
Thank you so much for having me here. I'm so sorry I cannot be in person. I was invited to this panel to talk about Petro. And before I start that, I want to be very clear about what I'm talking about. Democracy, the way I envision it and think about it, is about competitive, free and fair elections, right? Universal suffrage, civil and political rights, and a relatively even electoral playing field. I think democracies can be left or right-wing. They can have more or less market freedom of the market. I think as other aspects as just kind of perpendicular to democracy and perhaps increasing and decreasing the quality of democracy, but not necessarily undermining our ability, as Jose Antonio said, of defeating the incumbent. I think unlike Andrés Manuel López Obrador, up until now, Petro has not introduced or led reforms that threaten Colombia's free and fair elections. He has not introduced legislation that targets NGOs or universities. He has not curtailed the rights of some individuals to vote, nor has he introduced legislation that could alter the opposition's ability to have the resources they need to defeat his government or his party in the 2026 elections. As a matter of fact, in 2023, the government party did actually pretty bad in the subnational elections. I think that being said, Petro does raise a couple of red flags, and I think those are important to pay attention. He has certainly flexed the boundaries of executive authority, trying to centralize intelligence agencies under in Colombia under sort of the power of the executive, and he has attempted to gain expansive emergency powers. Now it would be 2 years ago, he tried to introduce emergency powers to deal with what has been an ongoing environmental crisis in La Guajira, and he was shut down by the Constitutional Court. I think even more important, more seriously, Petro's discourse is increasingly populistic, polarizing, and belligerent. He sees the world in a Manichaean way, divided between the good people, that is, those who support him, and the corrupt elite, that is, those who disagree with me. In tweets and public speeches, he disqualifies anybody who questions or opposes him. That includes journalists, politicians, academics, you name it. He throws away very randomly, highly polarizing and almost nearly impossible proposals like a constitutional assembly. And he constantly blames other groups or institutions for his own government failures, right? So far, these kind of attacks against democracy or attacks against threats against democracy, let's just put them that way, have remained in words, right? And I would like to think this is because we have very strong institutions that are bulletproof and have repelled all of these attacks. But I don't think that that is the case. My work centers on what oppositions can or should or shouldn't do in cases of democratic backsliding. And I think that in this particular case, the strategic behavior of the opposition has actually been really important in containing the kind of threat that Petro may or may not become. The opposition has, of course, avoided radical strategies. That is, it has certainly not threatened with a coup like what happened in Bolivia just recently, or it has not threatened to push the government out from the streets. But it also has not resorted to any kind of impeachment, right? In other words, it has not threatened Petro's presidency. And for the most part, with very few exceptions, sort of the bulk of the opposition to Gustavo Petro has kept the consensus that Petro is a legitimate president and will be until August 2026. The opposition has mostly used institutional moderate strategies. That is, they have leveraged Congress, in which they did not have majorities. Actually, the government started the first legislature of the government started incredibly strong with majorities both in the Senate and the House. Yet the opposition has able to leverage sort of the quirky rules of procedure in Congress to delay legislation and to a certain extent to exert to kind of flex their own muscles and put the government and push the government to negotiate their proposals. In the cases in which the government has actually negotiated, that is the tax reform and more recently the pension reform, the legislation has gone through, right? And we're awaiting for the Constitutional Court, but I don't see the Constitutional Court striking it down. Could be. In the cases in which the government has not yelled to negotiation, the reforms have died, literally died in Congress because the opposition has delayed them enough that they cannot be approved within the legal time to do so. And I think that this is really important. Like the opposition has very skillfully leveraged these tools to kind of to push back against the government agenda. And I think this is important because you need to dance tango. Petro thrives in polarizing contexts, and he knows this. This is why he engages in this kind of populist polarizing discourse. But without a sizable opposition willing to respond with the same amount of vitriol, it is really hard to consolidate the kind of in-group, out-group dynamics that could increase Petro's popularity, prop up his presidency, legitimize opposition crackdowns, or allow him to rally around the flag to push for more aggressive anti-democratic reforms. Now, the question that Daniel asked when he sent us an email was, what were the risks for democracy? And so, though I don't think that Colombia is facing the kind of threat to democracy that Mexico is threatening, I do think that there is a slightly different threat in Colombia that we should take seriously. This threat comes from the fact that Petro's government has had very little efficacy to address important structural problems that brought him to power. As I said, he was able to negotiate a couple of reforms, but he did so, A, at an incredibly high political cost, especially the pension reform, and B, after fighting for years for other reforms, like the health reform in Colombia. And these other reforms have failed, like the labor reform has failed, the health reform has failed. More recently, there was an education reform that also collapsed. And I think that this is problematic because we know that outsiders like Bukele, like, in this moment, Hugo Chavez, Fujimori, etc., come to power in context of crisis of democratic representation. These is situations in which individuals, citizens believe that the political parties or sort of the political elites have failed to behave in their behalf or in the behalf of the common good, right? That means all of them, right? Like this crisis of representation happened when both political parties or all of the political elites somehow failed to behave in ways that represent citizens. Petro came to power as the first left-wing president in Colombia's history. He came representing, I know he loves to talk about how he is the movement, but he's not. The movement has been on the making for several decades. It has been an incredibly important effort of consolidating, organizing, fighting against massive killings, genocide, so on and so forth. And he came representing all of this, right? And sort of in a discourse of well, the traditional elites have governed for 200 years. Now it's our turn and things are going to change. But if things don't change, then what is left? You don't have, like the traditional elite clearly is not representing me. Neither is this president from the left. So what is left, right? And I think that is incredibly, incredibly dangerous because it opens up the playing field for outsiders. As a matter of fact, right now we are 2 years away from the Colombian elections, so anything and everything could happen. But right now, the person that is that is discussed the most as a potential candidate is Vicky Davila, who runs Semana, has never been in office. She has been a journalist her entire life, and she's currently touring the country, floating ideas. She's incredibly good at handling emotions to get visibility. And that is a person that is being discussed right now as a potential presidential candidate. So this really, really, really worries me. The other thing that worries me is Petro came to power with the mandate of kind of recovering the peace agreement. President Juan Manuel Santos signed this massive peace agreement that had a lot of pieces that were left behind by the Duque government. He just took the teeth out of a lot of these things, defunded a bunch of initiatives, so on and so forth. And Petro came to power with the mandate of recovering this. And he hasn't. He has not only, he has not putting the government weight behind the peace agreements. Not only that, but he has also not fulfilled the promises or not created a credible pathway for his total peace promise, right? Which means that Colombia, that has seen fairly low violent elections, is all of a sudden seeing incredibly violent elections. In 2023, just to give you a number, Moy said that the Colombian elections, the Colombian regional elections, were the most violent elections since 2014, so almost 10 years. And violence against political leaders had increased 92% with respect to 2008. So I worry a lot that we're going to go back to incredibly violent elections, territories controlled by armed groups that have not, that we cannot control. After the massive effort that the peace agreement implied, that required the massive political capital that it needed, and it seems that all of this is kind of going to waste at the hands of a president that was supposed to protect the peace agreement. So just to kind of recap very quickly, I think that Colombia is not facing the kind of threat that Mexico is facing. Of course, Petro still has 2 years to govern, but so far, I don't see the kind of moves that we have seen in Mexico. I do think that Petro's discourse is incredibly polarizing, but I also think the opposition has been incredibly smart in kind of hindering his ability to leverage that polarization. That being said, I think Petro's inefficacy and sort of dysfunctional government altogether poses other kinds of threats that could negatively affect Colombia's democracy down the road. Daniel posted a question about Colombia's and Brazil's role in regards to Venezuela. And I heard President Santos' presentation, and I wanted to say that as a person who studies both Colombia and Venezuela, I think this is an incredibly hard situation. It's also incredibly unfair. So the opposition won the elections. They proved that they won the elections, and the government does not want to give up power. And the only way in which the government is going to give up power is if there are more concessions for the government, which of course is unfair, right? I wish Gustavo Petro, who is my president, came out with the kind of statements that I see from presidents in Chile, for example, from the president of Chile. But at the same time, I also understand that transitions to democracy, especially if we want to negotiate, if we need to negotiate them, need these characters in between. If Petro comes out and makes a statement just like Boric, and if Lula comes out and makes a statement just like Boric, we lose any bridge of connection, right? And so we further isolate Maduro and the regime, and that's it. And so I think that while I don't know what is coming out of these negotiations, and I'm increasingly skeptical that anything is going to come out of these negotiations, I also don't think that there's an alternative. The alternative is isolating Maduro, which is also definitely not going to work. And so I wanted to mention that because I think is something that has been mentioned, and is probably incredibly relevant to the audience over there. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we'll continue with some questions. I have a couple, so I'll do it. But let me start with you, Luis Carlos, because you started. You know, it's fascinating and sad what's happening in Mexico. But two things that I wanted to ask you in terms of the changes that have occurred over the past few years, but also thinking about the past, the future, and the PRI and what Morena means. The first one is that Morena is López Obrador to a great extent, and he's there, but he's not going to be the president, and we think he's not going to be able to come back, although that's another question. But that movement has to continue, right? And the PRI had found a unique way of managing those successions, and it was successful for the next, for 70 years. How do you see that impacting, the López Obrador, and the fact that it's such a personalized system, in that sense, very different from the PRI? And the second one is, I think one of the biggest changes over the past, maybe 12 years, but particularly past 6 years, has been the role of the military, right? Which hadn't been an issue in Mexico, at least not in the way, right? And I still don't know how it manifests itself, but as you see also democracy in Mexico, the next administration, how do you see that as a new political player that hasn't been that relevant in Mexico?
On the first question, I see the personalista style of López Obrador as a weakness for this new regime to persist over time. Today, we know that the son of López Obrador is going to be appointed Secretary of Organization of the party. That is incredible, in the sense that although we expected that to happen, the fact that this is occurring and that the son is going to be appointed in that position, and then maybe in 2030, he's going to be the candidate for the presidency, the son, that is the kind of re-election that López Obrador is going to try to implement. But this is so obvious, so personalista, so caudillista, that even within Morena, there are people today that will silently says that this goes beyond any good manners in politics. This goes beyond any type of democratic, or not democratic. Morena is not democratic, but this goes beyond any type which is acceptable to Morena as a whole. So I would say that this, for example, the idea that the son is going to be now in charge of the party will create some tensions within the party. And I would say that in trying to make him candidate, or someone from the family or someone close to that, can create some tensions that will create maybe that the opposition will come from within Morena, as it happened with the PRI 3 or 4 decades ago. So I would say that López Obrador is the main obstacle for the Obradorismo to continue over time. The second question is for the military. The military is going to be even more powerful, and this is one of the bases of this new governability structure or regime in Mexico. On the one hand, the military; on the other hand, the Obradorista movement along Morena party. And many people would mention that the organized crime is maybe the third element of this new governability model in Mexico. But the military, powerful, non-accountable, with a lot of resources, and that will continue to operate. So you have the disappearance of the judiciary as an element to guarantee your legal protection, and on the other hand, you have the military, very powerful. Then this is the basis of an authoritarian regime, which is already there in Mexico.
Thank you. So, José Antonio, I have a tougher question. So, one of the things you said was, Luis Carlos, you also said that this was sort of closed political system with a market economy, and you said that maybe López Obrador had been the one that had really understood what went wrong in the 70s, right? But if you look at, I think, at the fundamentals of the Mexican economy today, they're much weaker than they were 6 years ago, right? I mean, this year is going to be record high, fiscal deficit. Sheinbaum needs to do a big fiscal adjustment next year. And in contrast to the 70, the Mexican peso is traded, very widely, and Mexico is very exposed to financials, and at least on energy and maybe other issues. And some of these new reforms have maybe more of a interventionist bent, right? So my question is, if maybe and my thinking was also what we saw, when in the rest of South America at the beginning of this century, is that we all thought that the Brazilian left and the Argentine left and the Colombian left and all those guys had learned the lessons of sound macroeconomic management. And then when they were in office and had money, they forgot about them, right? So I guess the first question is, if Morena or the left now have a harder time and maybe they haven't learned their lessons that much, and that means that the economy doesn't do as well in the next 6 years, because it did well in the past 6 years. One of the things you said is, well, maybe we're an authoritarian country and it just goes back. Do you think that, what do you think that impacts? How do you think that impacts Sheinbaum? Do you think Mexican voters would be okay with that and live with authoritarian, or there would start to be pressures to say, okay, we need more alteration, and then it would be harder to consolidate this authoritarian shift if the economy doesn't do well?
Well, it's as you just said, it's a hard question in many ways. What I can say is that like in 3 years ago, we were having this debate over if Morena and López Obrador had the resources to truly roll back democracy. And people like Wayland, for instance, argue that if the state was weak, if it could not deliver goods, then that would hinder their ability to establish an authoritarian regime. And people said, well, see, the Mexican state is very weak. López Obrador cannot really deliver anything, not economic growth, or there's no windfall of oil or anything. So that would stop him from being able to prevail in 2 or 3 electoral cycles that in turn would allow them to pass their authoritarian reforms. Well, they were wrong. The question is, they were wrong. Even without economic growth, with 700,000 excess debt during the COVID pandemic, with very, very, very modest increases in poverty rates, very, very modest, with really anything to show, López Obrador was able to clearly prevail in these year elections. So how long can it last? Well, I think that it has used some of the benefits that inherited from previous governments, but they've run out already. So what is going to happen? Well, López Obrador sold the country the idea that no fiscal reform was necessary, that it was all a problem of corruption, of reassigning the money and become more efficient, and by cutting down corruption, then no additional money would be needed. A lot of people think that the new president, Claudia Sheinbaum, will soon come to terms with the idea that they do need new money. But at the same time, I think that, and that's the hard part of the answer, is that the issue or the aspect in which López Obrador was more successful overall was that he had a style of politics which is performatic, or it centers on performance. What do I mean by that? Is that López Obrador was able to construct reality, or the perception of reality, and people would believe that. And that means that people readjusted their expectations in terms of being able to tolerate a lot of things that previous presidents would there would be riots in the streets by a fraction of what López Obrador has done to the country. Now, the character able to perform these performances was López Obrador, not this president. So maybe there's a possibility that finally one day someone would yell, "The emperor is naked," and people would look at reality. If that can happen or not remains to be seen. But it is true that the fundamentals are not as sound as they think, and eventually things will start crashing down. Are they going to be able to do a performance to shift attention from that? I don't know.
Excellent. There are a couple of questions in the audience, so let's take them first if you want because of time, and then I'll ask something. So, okay, you first.
Oh, you go first. You want.
Okay, that's fine. You want to start?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. My name is Ricardo Smith, and I'm a graduate from CIDE as well, one of the institutions that were hit by López Obrador administration. And since we're here in Washington, D.C., I think it's important and relevant to move to the foreign policy dimension, even if it's not our area of specialty. And even more important, because as Professor Aguilar just said, there were many foundations for the PRI's legitimacy, right? One of them was macro fundamentals, but another one was understanding with the US and arrangements with the US government in terms of foreign policy. And one of the alternative scenarios that we see right now is, as Luis Carlos Ugalde also said, a scenario in which these reforms are watered down, not only the judicial reform, but also the reform to autonomous organs, especially those related to competitiveness. So I was wondering if you can talk more about how they will, the Sheinbaum government will balance the relationship with the US in order to have some legitimacy and also some leeway to govern.
Yes. Well, it's just a question and an opinion far from the middle of Colombia and Mexico, but according to our experience, we see Petro and AMLO, and we really feel that both of them has a very hegemonic vocation. They really have. But I would like to know your opinion about the check and balance that could make different the end of the movie. I was shocked, Professor Aguilar, when you say so sure that unfortunately Mexico is going to a non-democratic possibility. But at least in the case of Colombia, Laura, Petro had a very strong connection with the people. As you mentioned, he was the first different president 200 years in the history of Colombia. That was the headline of the Tiempo when Petro won, I remember. But I really feel that Petro has made mistake by mistake, is full of political scandals, and this connection is broken. So I think that Colombia has an historical institutional strength that could make difficult for him to overcome this institutional strengths in comparison, at least with Venezuela. And for us, it's very, very important, the reference of the institutional context in Colombia. And in the case of Mexico, AMLO has had a very high popularity. But what about the future? In the future, even though he has making these institutional reforms, and he's low, he or his son or the next president is low in popularity, do you think even though in that case they will be able to maintain hegemony in Mexico? And last for Luis Carlos, I would like you to develop a little bit more the relationship between drug trafficking and this political structure in Mexico. How important is drug trafficking in keeping this power new hegemony? Thank you.
Hi, yes, I'm Anna Grisanti. My question was along the same lines, of Julio's. I wanted to ask about what has enabled the opposition in Colombia to prevent some of the democratic backsliding that you mentioned. Is it in the Colombian institutions? Is it something else in the strategy that they have taken? And yeah, I just found very interesting that the success that they have been able to have in opposition to other cases, and I wanted to elaborate a little bit more on that.
Thank you. I'm Josep Colomer. I was a colleague of Professor Aguilar and Professor Ugalde at CIDE many years ago. Very happy to be here. And I've been in Mexico 3 times in a year. I'm trying to be updated. And I have, well, first of all, let me say that Professor Aguilar's presentation, I found it so clairvoyant, unforgettable. This cycle of authoritarian efficient, authoritarian inefficient, then democracy, and then going back to authoritarian. I think it's very, very helpful. And then I have 2 questions, but it's really questions, side questions, because I don't have an answer, okay? I don't have an opinion, no clear opinion. One is about the dedazo. So now the next presidential inbound is not a dedazo exactly, but close enough, right? And if you look back to the history of the PRI, the dedazo was a formula for the existing president to keep loyalty around because everybody wanted to be the tapado, right? But once the successor was elected, they didn't do anything related to the previous president. They did whatever they wanted. I'm wondering if this can be the case as well, because this woman seems to be qualified. So as a woman, also interesting, could be something different from AMLO, okay? But that's difficult to answer, but I think we can be open to expect some new things. And the other question is about the judiciary. So it's very difficult to defend the current judiciary in Mexico because of course corruption, narco-traffickers, terrible, okay? Then some change could be expected, right? The formula that they are approving now, as you said, it's unique. So there's no clear other case that you can compare with. Okay? But what if they introduce, it seems they are doing filters to the candidates to be lawyers, graduated in law, to have some qualifications, not to be extremely partisan, etc. Could be worse than that the current judges. You made just a new point that I didn't think much about the military, the role of the military in so many other administrations. As many other people, even for my personal experience, I have some allergy to the militarism politics, okay? But the Mexican army is one of the very few in Latin America that had never or did a coup d'etat. So it's not exactly the same as other militaries in other countries. It's the same comparison. So between the police, the current police, which is kind of bandits, actually, and the military, which is worse. It's not clear up to me either.
Okay, great. Maybe we have a lot of questions, so let's take this round. I don't know, Laura, you want to say anything on this, and then we'll take it from here.
Sure. So thank you for the questions. I think I'm going to mix them in one, and it's mostly what has enabled the opposition in Colombia to delay the erosion of democracy. So let me start by the beginning. I think the opposition in Mexico also delayed the erosion of democracy in Mexico. They used procedural irregularities in Congress. They mobilized to protect their institutions, and that is the only reason why the reform, the INE, for example, remained relatively strong for the elections that just came by. So I think that the opposition in Mexico has also been able to delay the erosion of democracy, and whether they succeed or not is yet to be determined. But I think hadn't they done what they have done, this would have happened 2 years earlier. I think, of course, institutions are key, but Mexico also has strong institutions. INE is an amazing electoral institution. We all, revere it. We copy it, right? I think the courts in Mexico are also well structured. So is the Constitutional Court in Colombia. I just don't think that institutions can do this by themselves, right? And so I think what the position has done is key in two aspects, in conjunction with the opposition, with the institutions. First, Congress has been able to create situations that shield the Constitutional Court in particular from very controversial decisions. So instead of trying to decide on the executive decree on La Guajira based on content, which could be controversial, the Constitutional Court can rule on it based on procedure. They just say, well, Congress made a mistake. They didn't do this the way they were supposed to do. And that's an easier, more legitimate decision. The second thing that they have done is that they have avoided situations that would increase the stakes of the situation. Like by not fighting fire with fire, the opposition in Colombia has not given Petro the ability to heighten the stakes of the situation to such a point in which he says, well, you know what, we have to jump Congress and we just have to call for a constitutional assembly, which, by the way, is not unheard of. The 1999 Constitution was created by overstepping the rules in the Constitution and giving the courts extra power to decide on a seventh ballot that was not contemplated within the Constitution, right? So I think the opposition has been able to lower the stakes of the situation in such a way that makes it harder for Petro to justify that kind of move. At the end of the day, institutions are just as strong as the people who support them, which is the third thing. We have seen the opposition, Maria Fernanda Cabal, Paloma Valencia, coming to the US to defend the Constitutional Court and the Supreme Court, right? Not defend their outcomes, not defend this policy or another, or how they ruled on this and that. The court, the institution. And I think that is absolutely key. So that would be sort of my combined answer for like 3 questions.
As for the first comment, I don't know who Sheinbaum really is at the U.S. bilateral relationship and USMCA. Many people believe that USMCA is going to be the last point of resistance to avoid more damage to Mexican democracy, because otherwise in 2026, in the review of the USMCA, Mexico is going to lose the opportunity to continue on the treaty. We don't know. I see 2 options. One is that if at some point during the next few months, voices in Washington begin criticizing Mexico, there will be people in Mexico within the administration, and even Sheinbaum can do that mention, if we have to pay the price to become a sovereign state, then let's exit the USMCA. That sounds crazy today, but there are people beginning to talk about that. Mr. Fernández Noroña, the president of the Mexican Senate, is beginning to talk about, we have to pay the price of an economic crisis, let's do that. The Mexican history sometimes requires that sort of effort, of crisis, of suffering to become independent. The other one would be that she is aware that we need the USMCA economic growth, and therefore at some point in 2025, she makes some changes to this judicial reform to make it less harmful. Is that possible? Yes, but I really don't want to bet on that, because she is repeating and repeating what López Obrador wants to mention, and many people tend to believe that this is tactics, but maybe this is reality. This is how she thinks. On the second question about the judiciary, yes, the judiciary requires a reform. Indeed, in 2020, Minister Saldívar, the president of the court, made a proposal which was approved by the Mexican Congress. López Obrador at the time, nobody remembers that, but says that this reform was going to clean the judiciary from corruption. That was mentioned by Saldívar, and nothing happened. And but how it is done, how it is defined, the proposal in general is very harmful to make
the judiciary transparent and less corrupt. Just to give you an idea, on June 2025, if you live in Mexico City or everywhere, you will have to go to the polls and elect 15 people to the judiciary branch. One ballot paper with 81 names on the back to elect 9 people to the Supreme Court. A second paper to elect and to choose 2 members to the Electoral Tribunal. And third one to the Tribunal of Disciplinary of the judicial discipline. And another ballot for electing magistrates, and 5 or 6 or 7 maybe to elect judges of many sorts for penal matters, on administrative issues, on civil matters, and so 15 ballot papers we will have to go to the polls. So this is very difficult to implement, and what you will get is to get more politicized judges, and I would say more capture and completely dishonest branch of government. And finally, in terms of the question of the organized crime, the problem of organized crime today is that it is not in terms of insecurity, which of course is a problem in Mexico, but the problem of organized crime is that there is a criminal regime built in many regions of Mexico. So these criminal regimes currently govern in several aspects. For example, they decide the distribution of medicines, the distribution of cigarettes, of beer. Sometimes they build public works for municipal government. Sometimes they extract resources from the municipal hacienda. Sometimes they decide who is going to run. If you want to be candidate in many of these areas, you have to ask for permission. As the governor of Sinaloa just said, he had to ask for permission if you want to run for government. So in some sense, these criminal regimes operate as a second state, and elections are just a formality because these criminal groups, these criminal groups decide who is going to run, who is going to win in advance of election day. So this is the problem. I would say that this is the biggest problem of Mexican democracy, much more than the judiciary reform. This is the problem of surviving for the Mexican democracy. And nobody's talking about that because this is a second Mexico, which is 35% of the territory. We tend to live aside from there. We are encapsulated in a Mexico which lives in towers and in industrial parks and in Mexico City. But this second Mexico is, I would say, the most threatening aspect to the survival of the Mexican state. Fear, because the Mexican class, and I would say maybe President López Obrador has found a way to coexist because they have a lot of legitimacy among the people of Mexico, because they sometimes create opportunities, provide jobs. They are a model of life for many Mexicans because of many circumstances.
Just time for one more idea, and then one more idea. Very quick game.
I think that it is interesting that unlike other backsliding experiences, that they proceed by stealth, meaning that these politicians that want to roll back democracy wouldn't say that to their publics, to their electorates. They get elected and then little by little they start undermining democracy. And by the time people realize what they're doing, it's too late and there's no way to undo the reforms. That is not what happened in Mexico. What happened in Mexico was that by the 4th year, it was clear what exactly the aim of the government was. This idea of destroying one of the 3 powers of liberal democracy was out there in the open. Everyone knew what is this about. It's not about improving justice in Mexico, it's by destroying a system of checks and balances. So that, and the other thing that's interesting is that it has to do with the United States and the trade agreement, is that in the 90s, the trade agreement with Canada and United States was the means by which the Mexican government could recommit or tie its hands. Now, you know the story of Ulysses in the Odyssey that goes in his ship and knows that they're going to go through where the sirens are. And Ulysses wants to hear the sirens, but everyone who hears the sirens jumps to the sea and drowns. So what he does is that he ties himself to the mast of his ship before arriving to the sirens. John Elster has gone over and over with this story, and then put blocks of wax into his sailors' ears. So they would hear the sirens and they would jump off the ship. So he was able to hear the sirens, but he knew that he couldn't contain himself. So that's why he got himself tied up. So Mexico did something like that with the trade agreement with the United States. He said it was the only way to commit to the rule of law. Now, in a way, what the Mexican political class or the government has done is has unbound itself. And there's going to be a whole bunch of situations that would follow from unbinding itself. So we're going to very soon be jumping off the ship to some sirens. I'm just going to, last night we were kind of depressed talking about this in a dinner, and we're talking about pessimism and despair. So I recall and look up this quote by Black Havel about hope, and I wanted to close by quoting it. And it is, hope is not the same thing as optimism. It is not the conviction that something will turn out well, the certainty that something makes sense regardless of how it turns out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lara. Thank you, everyone. And so thank you, both of you.
Well, let me just close this very interesting discussion on the different stages of democratic destruction that we are seeing in the region, and some hopes that one day we will be able to start the reconstruction of a democracy eventually in Venezuela, and hopefully we will not reach those stages in some other countries. I think we have had a very fruitful discussion of ideas, a good insight into the diagnosis of how we kept falling into these traps, and from Laura also some words of I would say optimism that maybe in the case of Colombia there are other problems and we will get into a fragile situation, but we will not follow the path that, 6 years ago, Alejandro Grisanti, looking at Mexico, told me, look, I think Mexico can survive 1 term, but not 2 terms. Let's hope he's wrong. But I think he was pretty visionary with his comment. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank Luis Carlos. I want to thank Jose Antonio, Daniel, Miguel, Paola, Javier, and obviously Julio, with whom we put together this program, and Lara Brown, and obviously President Santos for being here, and for all of you to come to our events over and over, and you've been an extremely engaged audience today. Thank you.